Got a quorum and we're going to get going. Alf. Okay, welcome everybody to the first and last meeting of TID for 2025. It's a terrible acronym, Transport and Infrastructure Delivery Committee. So just a reminder that we're using Resolve. If you haven't left the last meeting, do that and join this one. Otherwise, you'll be sitting there looking at your screen wondering why you haven't got anything on it. So if you've got any issues, talk to one of the staff that are floating around who can help you, like Senior Net, and get you onto your right screen. So as a group, we've spent a bit of time since the election talking about standing orders, our expectations of committees, meetings, and those tasked with chairing them. And it was mentioned that chairs could, at the start of the term, set the scene. In response to what we have heard, I'll cover off how Shane as Deputy and I have agreed we want our meetings to run, and obviously happy to discuss with anyone following the meeting. We are conscious that we all have things going on outside the meeting space, so our overall intent is that this committee's meetings are efficient, respectful and effective. We will be balancing our agenda to ensure there is appropriate decision-making and governance oversight, and will continue to limit information-only and non-decision making items to those we believe it is imperative the public has clear visibility of us as a group being informed and with the opportunity to ask relevant questions in the publicly accessible meeting arena. We will rely on the standing agenda item listing the memos we receive between meetings to show what we have had provided to us in regard to updates and information sharing. Our assumption and expectation is that you will all read those and ask questions of staff outside of the meeting setting. To ensure we all get the opportunity to check our phones and devices regularly, we will operate to the following schedule as close as possible. So following the start of the meeting at 10, when we will start, if we have the quorum, we will have a 5-minute break at 11:30. We will have a 30-minute lunch break at 12:30. So back at 1, if anyone is struggling with that. And we'll have another 5-minute break if we are still going at 2:30. As previously discussed at our onboarding sessions, I will be enforcing question and speaking times. Please don't be offended if you get a gentle nudge at the end of your speaking time during debate, and also if you get prompted to actually ask a question. For questions, we will use the bell. I haven't told Lata and Sonia that. After 90 seconds. And if after 2 minutes you haven't been able to ask or formulate your question, I will probably go to the next person and give you a little bit more time in your own space to work out how you can actually ask your question. Again, don't be offended, as this is based on what we collectively discussed and said that we found frustrating when we were doing our onboarding and discussions about standing orders. You all know I like to keep things on topic. We have so much going on in this committee this term, it is likely that if you want to talk about something that is not directly relevant to the agenda item, that issue will be coming up at another meeting or workshop, so don't panic. You will probably get your chance in the future. So that is how we will be running the meetings, hopefully. It is up to you guys. We will always try to treat people with respect, and we hope that that is reciprocated. So that is how we want to run these meetings this term. Thank you, Desley. Lovely earrings. Okay, so first up, I just want to also welcome Hokura, who their members have been allocated to this committee, and we have Deputy Chair Tau Henare, no stranger to anyone in this room, and look forward to your wonderful contribution, Tau, as always. Well, you know, I can say that I'm not sitting next to him now, it's great. And Magi Tukarangi, who is not here yet, but so wonderful to have you on board. Tau, have you got anything you want to say? No, all good? No. Perfect. Just the next item is apologies. Well, apologies. So we have apologies from Mayor Wayne Brown on council business, Richard Hills for absence. We have lateness, Greg Sayers and Josephine. Early departure, Sarah, who's online and volunteering out on an island, watching birds and tourists out there, so well done. Yeah, and Lotu, who will be early departure on council business. So someone like to move those apologies? Thanks. Thanks, Alf. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Attendance by electronic link. So we have had requests from Sarah, who you can see, Lotu once she leaves, and apologies from Chris Fletcher, who's ill, but she's online. So someone like to move those? Oh, we don't have to move those. Fantastic. Right, declarations of interest. Just a reminder, if you have any declarations of interest, confirmation of minutes. We have no minutes to confirm. We don't have any items that are not on the agenda. We have no petitions. We have no public input, and we had no requests for public input. We have no local board input. So the first item up is 8.1, and as per the message that we sent out yesterday, we will hear both items on CRL after each other, and we will then have the whole panel there for questions in totality. So we're not going to hear one and then hear another, because there's a very real possibility that the questions will fold into each other. So it gives you an opportunity to have the whole panel there. So first up is the update on where CRL is at. So Pat Brocky, Pat, welcome. Great to have you here. And John Bridgman from CRRL? CRLL? Either or. Tid, trick. Let's see. Righto, all yours. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair. And Deputy Mayor, good to see you again. And councillors, it's a pleasure to be here, and also a special welcome to the new councillors this year. We, of course, appreciate your ongoing support of the project, which has always been very positive. We appreciate that. And I've got this mouse that didn't work very well last time, Chair, but we'll give it a try. Maybe I've got the wrong button. Here we go. An overview of City Rail Link is provided for the new councillors. That might be useful. A little bit of background about City Rail Link and City Rail Link Limited, Crown entity, the shareholding between the Crown and Auckland Council, 51-49. We have a sponsor group with Barry Potter as the sponsor representative. We meet regularly, and that goes very well. We've had multiple contracts, not just the large Link Alliance contract that gets most of the attention across the 3 stations and the tunnel, but there are early works contracts, C1, C2. As an example, we're coming up Albert Street, that's C2, and C1 was the work that we did under the Chief Post Office to put the tunnel in place. I won't go through each of those, but a number of contracts, not just the large Link Alliance contract that we have with the group outlined below, with led by Vinci, Solitage Barchi, Downer on the construction side, and with the designers ACOM, WSP and Tonkin and Taylor. Very strong, reputable international group of contractors and designers. We also established an informal alliance, we call it the One Client Alliance, consisting of ourselves, Key Rail, Auckland Transport, but also involves Auckland One Rail as the rail operator, and AMAS, which is the maintenance contractor for Auckland Transport. And this was established for the purpose of assisting Link Alliance, creating one voice under the One Client Alliance to facilitate the discussions and collaboration and decisions going forward, right through to day one. and that one client alliance has been very successful. Very strong collaboration amongst the teams, and we're very pleased about that. By way of project update, we are on track for opening the second half of 26, as it was just announced recently. Some of the challenges we've faced more recently have been productivity issues with systems. These are the primarily the station systems, which I'll talk a little bit more about later, and all of the testing records and documentation that goes with that work. We've also tried to bring some of the work forward that might otherwise have taken place after we complete, particularly relating to testing of the station systems, and just running the volume of tests through the tunnel and the station, just trying to do as much of that as we can before we complete and hand over to Auckland Transport and KiwiRail. So per the recent announcement for the second half of 26, I can add that there are no showstoppers currently. There's just a high volume of work to get through, 16,000 tests in total, and we're a large way through those. Still a number of tests to go, and those tests remain challenging, but we're making good progress. As you can see from bullet point 3, actually those numbers are updated now. We've had 15,000 kilometres of the train running through the tunnels. 6,000 kilometres of those are actual test runs. The balance are just driver training, driver runs. Just completed our first emergency response desktop testing. This is working with fire, emergency services, police, and St John's, and that's also going extremely well. You'll be pleased to know we opened up in October the Beresford Square entranceway to the public, and that was nice to be able to hand that back for public use, and in the same way that we've just done that recently with Upper Albert Street and the buses coming down Albert Street, which was November 29. And we'll selectively continue to try and do that where we can as we complete the urban realm works around the stations. And as pointed out there, the urban realm works largely complete by the end of this year. Another opening, of course, is the plaza, the Waitemata Plaza. Works have been going on right next to the Britomart State, or the Chief Post Office, and those works have been going well. And I think we just reached completion on those. In addition to that, we've had a lot of train timetable testing. The last one, there was one in October, the last one was on November 22, 23. This is running trains at 18 trains per hour, which won't be the speed or the regularity that we will have when we open. It's higher than that, but it's testing at 18 trains per hour, and that was also very successful. We've got further testing coming up, which I'll talk about. This is a photo. The stations look completed when you see a photo like this. Not quite there, but this is a photo from Karanga Ahapi station, the platform there. It's looking pretty impressive. It's looking complete, but again, still some way to go. Additional works that are underway. The Henderson third platform is advancing well. KiwiRail is the lead contractor there, and Dave Gordon sitting behind me. He might give an update, but I think we're on track for completion in Easter. The paper project we talk about a lot, and sometimes within the project we call it the paper mountain. There's always a lot of paperwork with the works that you do. It's not just completing the physical works, but you have to ensure that you've got the paperwork to hand over to Auckland Transport and KiwiRail to evidence the completion of the works, that the testing was done, and you've got test records to evidence that, so we can open safely when we do open. The individual station systems testing commissioning is going well, probably over 80% now complete, and I'll touch on the integrated systems shortly. And emergency operations testing, I will also touch on that. That will commence in March 26, and that's running a number of emergency scenarios in the tunnels and stations. As with large projects, there are always cost pressures, but we remain within the funding envelope that we've been given, and we hope to stay there. But we will then see how things evolve over the next six months or so, but we are within that funding envelope currently. Then we're hoping to get through to opening time as outlined. The main objective for us is to hand over to AT and Kirala a safe and reliable railway. And we're very much looking forward to Aucklanders riding the train in 2026. Just touching on the remaining works that we have over the next 6 months or so. The first one in Q4 relates to the individual systems testing. At the bottom of the slide, I thought it was worthwhile to highlight some of those systems that we are working on, from building management systems, communications, CCTV, lighting, fire detection and alarms, and so on. So a large number of systems. It gives you a sense of the scale and complexity of the systems that we are implementing and testing. Additional resources have been required to add to the work there as things have evolved and additional work is required. Honeywell is our main subcontractor with the individual system testing, and they're applying additional resources to help us keep to the program. Target completion for that is within January 2026. We then move to, rather than individual system testing, to integrated systems. There are different contractors with some of those systems, so it's ensuring that they all work together and they function together and they're stable. We can then allow AT and Auckland One Rail to do their own testing of those systems. Our target for completion of that is around early April, just before Easter. We then move to trial running and reliability running, and it definitely involves AT and Auckland One Rail and Kiwi Rail doing more reliability testing. There's a period of time required for Auckland One Rail to be comfortable with the systems that we're providing them, that they all function, they're stable, and they work well together. And that's also working well with the existing Auckland transport systems. The emergency exercises involve evacuation scenarios that will involve real passengers. At least they'll be passengers that we recruit, up to 400 people in a scenario. For example, when we evacuate the stations and tunnels in an emergency situation, there are approximately 20 scenarios that we will run through that process, so they are significant, and running in normal and degraded situations. And then finally, there will be the opportunity over this period to ensure that the staff readiness exists. This will be key focus for Auckland Transport and Auckland One Rail, and that includes the drivers and the station managers and so on, that they are comfortable with the new stations. At the bottom of the chart, you'll see some train timetable testing. We have further timetable testing at the end of January and also the end of March. This is running the trains to within the wider network and under the new timetable that we have. And then finally, to the right, the handover and completions. This is one that's often not given the attention it deserves, but this is ensuring that our partners have all the information they need when we hand over the railway, that the information about the assets, the paperwork, the financial information, the insurance, the regulatory approvals, which Council are helping us with, are all in place that we can hand over to Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail, and they feel comfortable to run the railway. I would add that the Council have been exceptionally helpful with the regulatory approvals. I have an example of a Code of Compliance Certificate, CCC in other words, or an EPA. There are a number of regulatory documentations or certificates that we need, and the Council have been very supportive. And then finally, it's just a closing photo of the recent desktop exercise with the emergency services. Other projects have become unstuck by not having good relationships with the emergency services. We do, and we're very pleased with those relationships. That they're going to be very important as we undertake the emergency scenario testing as I mentioned, starting in March. But this is from the recent desktop exercise, and you can probably see that there's from this photo at least, very strong collaboration and teamwork. I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you, Pat. And just a reminder, if you're wanting to put yourselves down using Resolve for a question, go to 8.2, the next item on the agenda, because we'll be having the questions at the end of that item in regards, and for this one as well, or if you're struggling with that, use the old-fashioned way of waving your hand around the place. Anything, John, from Dad? Okay, thanks, Pat. So what we'll do is we will now call up the team in regards to 8.2. So Dave Gordon from Kiwi Rail, I don't know, I didn't see Joe, but Jane, Mark and Stacey, if you're all coming up, or don't have to if you don't have anything to it. I see Stacey looking around, but find a spot and we will move into 8.2, and then, as I say, we will have throw all your questions in.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, Chair. It's great to be here alongside CRL Limited to provide this update. For those who don't know me, my name is Mark Lambert. My role is GM Rail Services within Auckland Transport. Jane Small, acting co-director for infrastructure in place at AT, and David Gordon, Chief Metro and Capital Programme Officer at Kiwi Rail. The purpose of this report is to provide you with an update of the enabling works that we're all undertaking in support of CRL Limited to ensure that opening of the City Rail Link that's in the second half of 2026. So building on Pat's earlier recap, particularly for those new councillors, in terms of what the CRL Limited project will actually give us, it allows us to actually recast the whole of the rail service network in Auckland and recast the rapid transit network as well, creating some new links to the bus rapid transit system, but also really obviously opening up in accordance with the benefits in the business case to whole of regional benefits through particularly cross-routing of rail services and looping in the Southern Line as well. So the map on the right gives you the high-level schematic of the service proposition which will be available when we open CRL. The existing east and west lines will combine to form that new, as you can see on the map, green line, which is the cross east-west service, which will provide those new connections and provide a single-seat journey, which is critical across the region in the future. Also, the existing southern line will be transformed into a loop under the city centre and connecting into the other lines, but also the blue Onehunga service will, through the off-peak period, run out to the west through to Henderson as well, so creating more opportunities for all of our existing customers. This overall creates a high level of frequency, as Pat's already mentioned, underneath the city centre of on opening. The target will be 4 to 5 minute train frequencies through the new CRL stations. The programme overall with CRL Limited is needing to bring together and merge 5 key activities to enable public operations. Construction completion, as Pat's already talked about, testing and commissioning of the stations and of the timetable and of the train systems is well underway, and most recently in November we had the second round of high frequency train tests where we're operating up to 18 trains per hour at around a 3.5 minute headway through the stations. Rail network readiness, which Dave will talk about, is well on track to be completed by the end of January. And we're also well advanced on the wider readiness of the PT network. The new bus service connections and bus service timetables are all under contract and are progressively being rolled out from now through to opening of CRL. Customer information, we started through communication of the schematic for the services, and the next steps will be around communication of the actual timetable, the journey patterns, and also the opportunities for customers moving forward.
Good morning, everyone. I think a number of these key updates or key highlights that have occurred over the last few months have been outlined by Pat, but particularly for Auckland Transport is the return of buses to Albert Street, and that has freed up Queen Street, and it is delivering on the city centre bus plan. Just in terms of the network testing, and I'm going to just outline in a bit more detail. There's two aspects to testing that is taking place at the moment, and probably the reason for giving a bit more detail around this is that a lot of it is not seen, but it's a critical part of the project. So while a lot of a large amount of the construction has already occurred, you will have seen the precincts been opened up and the stations are developed, this testing phase is critical to the success of the project. So as Mark said, there's been 2 rounds of testing, one in October and one in November, and they're running 18 trains per hour. And the key things around that testing is to ensure that the trains can run to timetable, that they stop in the correct places, all of those types of things that enable an efficient system to run when CRL opens. That testing's been done in the early hours of the morning. I understand that there's about 570 coffees that have been consumed during that period, and it's been a massive effort for the teams that have been involved in that, and a strong collaborative working between CRL, KiwiRail and ourselves to make that a success. The second part of the testing is around the stations, and around this it's an integrated approach. So each system within the station needs to be tested individually, and then the combination of those systems. And what we're working towards is at the end of January a full network testing. So that's both trains and stations working together. And so that's a key deliverable for us at the end of January. So in terms of those systems, which many of you will appreciate who are involved in IT, those types of things, it's important that each stage is undertaken sequentially, because if there is an issue, understanding and going back and determining that is key. So again, it's a lengthy process, and as we've put in the slides up there, it can often be one of the most challenging processes, and we've taken that experience from overseas with Melbourne Metro and Sydney around the challenges that may come during that period, and we want to ensure that we get that right. So we need to take the appropriate time to ensure that that testing is undertaken in the right way. Just in terms of the fleet, you may be aware we've got 23 new trains. They have been produced in Mexico, and I'm really thrilled to say that the last train, 23, was approved to be released from the Mexico factory on Friday. So it's now making its way towards the boat. And we have 18, well actually as of last week, we have now 19 trains in service. There was one more, and the others are in testing and 2 are in transit. There has also been a significant modification of the existing fleet. The systems within those trains that we already have need to be adjusted and updated so that they are compatible with the systems that are being operated by both on the track and within the stations. Just in terms of the sort of operational readiness, you'll see there the numbers in terms of staff that have been recruited and where that's at, and the training that is required to ensure that everything runs smoothly on day one and moving forward, and we're well on track with that training. You'll see that the train crews that are being employed by Auckland One Rail, who will operate the system on behalf of the PTCCO, they are 100% recruited, and there's also a large maintenance aspect that has been undertaken by Downer to ensure that the renewals and maintenance continue for running efficiently. And just in terms of the communications approach, you will have seen that we have started the communications around building excitement for the day one opening. As we move forward, we're moving more into a phase of assisting people to understand how the system will work. So that's around how to navigate the stations, what the timetable is, where the feeder bus services and broader network services are that people can connect into. And as we move forward, we will be moving into a series of day one activities on the opening of the station. And I will now hand over to... I can keep clicking.
Thanks, Jane, and thanks, councillors. Again, to introduce myself to new councillors, David Gordon, Chief Metro and Capital Programs Officer for KiwiRail. I've been responsible for driving the upgrade of the Auckland network for the last 6 to 7 years, and very conscious that we have put a lot of commuters through a lot of pain during that process. But I think we'll show, hopefully today, and certainly with the opening of City Rail Link, that it has been welcome. I'll make a second point. There's a good reason AT and ourselves are sharing this desk here. We are working as one client, and over the next 6 months, increasingly we will be working to the timetable that AT are requiring for its training. We are joined up in these things. We are working as one, which is the only way we can appropriately do this. So first Christmas, it looks like a bit of attack of guerrilla warfare up there because we are working from Swanson through to Pukekohe. It is the final push on the major disruptive civil works, the last of our major dig-outs. If I start at the northwest and work my way through there, we've got a lot of work to have done at Henderson, and I'll talk about that a little bit further when we get to the point of this Christmas. We're doing the dig out of the Newmarket Tunnel, which I think I'd represented to previous committees was always going to be the last piece of work to be done. That's now engineering-wise signed off. Working right throughout each part of the corridors, power off, right through and allowing for AT to do its level crossing work. We've got some major renewals to do in the area between Otahuhu and Westfield. So right throughout the network, we are using the period of closure for that. The point that Jane makes is really important. We have to open this network on the 26th of January such that AT and AOR can test the timetable for City Rail Link as if it was day one for City Rail Link. So what we put together at the end of Christmas has to be as good as it's going to get. So it's a big task of work to do, and the putting back together is also going to be really critical. But for the project as a whole, being able to test the timetable in those next 2 days is critical. And I think I'd make the point that testing these things, in part, if you don't find something out, you probably haven't tested enough. So we are going to push extremely hard, but I can say the days of long weeks of closure, etc., are gone. Can we move on? So what are we doing? This Christmas, starting on the 27th through the 26th of January, full closure for Metro, apart from a small area in the middle for the last week. But the core thing there is 27th to 28th January, the network has to be ready as if City Rail Link was opened. In Waitangi, we've got a 3-day closure and a 1-2-day closure in February, March. And then basically it's partial closures for small works over Easter. We commissioned the signalling on the Eastern Line, which we finished physically almost 1.5 years ago, but have not had the ability to bring signalling resources there because they've been deployed on City Rail Link. And then some works associated with Auckland Transport and the bridges. But basically it's testing. So that's when the network is closing as we get through to the second quarter of calendar 26. It's about testing the network. And it says there 13th to 17th of April closure. We may not need it. Testing goes well. We don't need it. We'll bring it back earlier. Just go on to what we've done. There's been a lot of disturbance, so what did you get for your disturbance? Just taking these things each in turn. 70 kilometres of drainage so far. We have rebuilt from ground level up 31 kilometres, and we'll be up to about 35 kilometres of the network have been rebuilt, foundations dug out and put back together again. None of that is particularly visible to the travelling public, but all of it is essential if we're to have a network that is maintained. And I'm proud of the work that's been done in there, because it's pretty thankless work and you don't actually see what you've done. 80 kilometres of rail been replaced, 55,000 metres of sleepers, that's 80,000 sleepers, and you in 52 kilometres of ballast, and 218 turnouts have been refurbished or replaced. There's only 320 of the network and 70 of those are new. So basically, it is a very new network in that area. All of that work is hard. As you can see, what we have to do on Christmas is not that big relative to what's been done. So we are very much at the end. All of those targets are tough for Christmas, but I believe they are all achievable. And then, particularly for new councillors, just to remind what's been done, what's in progress. So starting on the left, Papakura to Pukekohe electrification, done. Wiri to Key Park, done. Western Power Feed, the new Joint Operations Control Centre shared by ourselves, AT and AOR. 4 projects that Pat has referred to, funded by City Rail Link Limited, delivered by us. So Strand, Otahuhu, Newmarket and Britomart. Over Christmas, we have Henderson to complete the rail works. We will have the network in place that the timetable can be tested. It will take a little bit more time to get the platforms done, but again, it is essential for City Rail Link and will be ready for City Rail Link. And AT have the Church Street closure to do. For the rest of the projects, the southern stations, Drury and Pairata, looking at April 26, where we've got construction complete. Not essential for day one, but really desirable to have that there. So when City Rail Link opens, you actually have got the southern stations there as well. Ngakaroa is pushed out. Southern Power Feed, again, not necessary for day one, but necessary for the next tranche, and AT's bridges. The final point I've got up there, which is about the installation of additional safety equipment on our locomotives. We are putting a lot more trains onto the network as a whole, which just per force of that fact increases the risk of a collision associated with SPAD. Signals run out through danger, signals pass at danger. We are on target to have our freight fleet fully equipped with ETCS by the end of August, which is a very modest overlap with the timing associated with, we're hoping to get the station, the thing open. So again, we are meeting a statutory requirement and we will be ready. Jane?
All done. Okay, thank you, team. I don't know, Pat, John, if you want to come back up, because we'll throw open for questions now, and we do a little list, so for both items. So just someone like to move these. So thanks, Desley. Second, Shane. Okay, so first up, Daniel.
Good morning. Thank you. I've got a couple of questions, if I may. The testing and commissioning and the rail network readiness, have any of the works to date identified failures or problems that you didn't foresee which have caused any delays?
Thank you, Councillor. I think there are always issues that crop up on any large, complex project like this. You're sort of dealing with them every day. But as I said earlier, there are no showstoppers in there, nothing that we can't remedy or would affect our view of completion. But we will continue to have issues crop up and testing and sometimes retesting of things if the tests haven't gone according to plan. But at this point in time, nothing that's going to prevent us from completing the project.
I think that's a yes.
Well, maybe I'll just add something to that if I can. These projects often run into trouble towards the end as you bring the rail services on and you find out things that you can't really find out through testing. CRL has been very fortunate, and we've been able to test the rail now almost for 9 to 12 months prior to the commissioning of the station. So it's back to front compared to normal operations, and that gives us a lot more confidence that the things that can really go wrong in a project like this have not happened, so we don't have that big risk in front of us.
Okay, I've probably got three more through you, Chair, if I may. So in the earlier slide, we've got the remaining works concluding at the end of Q2. Then we've got a box which sort of bleeds into the Q3. How much bleed is there into the Q3? Is it how confident are you about the limit to that? I mean, it has to be handed over to AT and to, which I get, but I'm just wanting to get some sort of sense as to how far that box, which is going into Q3, is going to stretch.
So I think you're referring to the chart I put up earlier, which shows a slight movement into Q3. Actually, at this point, we're still planning for 30 June. And at that point, then you're just seeking approvals for reaching what we call as a construction term practical completion that we can then hand over to Key Rail and AT. So just adding a little bit of time frame for those approvals that we will require from our board, from our sponsors, and also acceptance from Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail. So that little period there after 30 June is just to allow time for that.
Okay, my two final questions, if I may. The operational readiness, progress and outcomes, the operational staff. So we've got 160 staff. Can I just understand, so the green one, the maintenance, 56 staff, that's around maintenance and cleaning. Then we've got in grey station staff, that's operational and security. Then we've got 15 staff to be recruited customer service. Can I just get an understanding of, are those roles completely separate? Is there any overlaps there? I mean, I'm not an expert, I'm not trying to catch you out, but I'd like to understand what they are.
They are all separate in the sense that they are a mix of roles that are employed by the contractors who are undertaking the work on behalf of us, so operating the station. And as you'll see, there's a small number of customer service staff who will be employed by Auckland Transport. So they man the front desks and operate in that space. You will appreciate that given the size of the stations and the frequency of the trains that will be occurring, there are a significant number of staff that will be required to ensure that it operates seamlessly.
Now, one final question, if I may, Chair, with your indulgence. So in the summer closure forthcoming, you've got from the 19th to the 26th, this is for pedestrian bridge work, so that will be the Te Mahia and the Takanini stations. So can I understand during that period, that's the window for which the bridges themselves are being installed across on the pilings that's being built at the moment? That's the window for you. Are you going to hit those dates?
I'm not, it's a question
Yes,
I can, because I'm not building the bridges.
So we are on track with the program that we currently have to undertake the works during the Christmas block of line and Easter. In terms of the final completion, they subject to weather and geotechnical issues. They are on track.
Thank you. Greg.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to start off, Chair, by acknowledging the Chair of Auckland Transport being here and Chief Executive, and Steve Mutton also sits on the board from NZTA. Thank you for coming along, and also to the senior staff. And thank you for the presentations. I think you might have been touching on my question just a little earlier, and it's kind of in the context of, this project moving across to Auckland Transport and then potentially Auckland Transport, merging with Auckland Council. Obviously, this is part of the public transport, which kind of be its own division there, I guess. But in terms of because of all the testing, or the question arose, because all that amazing testing and thorough testing going through, there must be some specialist skills involved with that. And so those people, when we transfer across to Auckland Transport, they could be permanent FTEs or they could be contractors or could be a mix that would need to come across to Auckland Transport. So just trying to understand, I guess kind of from a budgetary point of view, how many, is that assumption correct, that those staff need to transfer across to continue further testing? And obviously I would assume it's budgeted for, and then so Auckland Council at some point would have visibility of the need to have those staff, absorbed into Auckland Transport and funded for. So I guess the question is really about those specialist skills that need to come across and for the continuation of
You're
testing.
correct that there are specialist skills. In terms of visibility of the organisational design, it is too early for that, but in the Mayor's proposal that was released last week, CRL is indicated as remaining, through his proposal anyway, the CRL team within the ATCCO. But from our perspective at Auckland Transport, we can't really comment any further on that organisational design as it is working its way through the process at the moment. But we are very clear that those staff that are necessary to take the project to day one are currently remaining, and we are looking after them.
That's great, thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Desley.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, team. My question is to you, Patrick, and forgive me, but we're in public and you said it, so I'm just going to question you about it. You said that you hoped to keep within the budget envelope at the conclusion of the project, and I just want you to define hope. I mean, it's our expectation that you would. Can you just define hope for me, please?
Yes.
You think you will?
We would expect to, maybe expect is a better word, expect to stay within our approved funding envelope.
Fabulous, that's
Deputy
what I
Mayor.
wanted to hear, thank you.
Thank you. Tote.
Thank you, Chair. I'm conscious of the ability to hopefully increase options for the punter out there to get from A to B to C to D, wherever. I want to ask a question about the Unehunga to West services running from off-peak to enable some sort of increase in services. When is that happening, or is it happening?
It is happening. It's proposed as part of our day one services when CRL
Sorry, bro, I can't hear you.
It is happening in terms of the off-peak increased links into the west, and that will happen with the opening of the CRL. That's the plan.
Oh, okay, so that will get me to my third or fourth question, very, very earlier. So when's that opening?
In the second half of 2026.
So any time in the last 6 months of 2026, I'll be able to go and jump on a train and do a loop and be happy.
I would expect so, yes.
Are you going to guarantee that I'm going to be happy? Okay, so is there going to be a big fanfare that you guys are going to say, publicly say this CRL is going to be open in the last 6 months of 2026, and we're not going to wait until 2027?
With CRL Limited and QRL, we've got a joint comms team, which is pulling together that plan right now in terms of the lead up to the opening, the allowing potentially the public to go through stations, for example, and any events on the actual opening itself. So that in terms of communications and special events and information for customers, there is a plan around that. And what I suggest for the next meeting, we potentially, with sponsor support, bring that plan to the meeting.
Can you give me a bit of a steer on the opening? Will it be before the election or after?
We have all been communicating with the sponsors, and it will be in the second half of 2026, we expect.
One last question. In all of the work, and it's great, and it's fantastic, what a great job that the team has done. and it will open up some new horizons for the public. Especially, I'm concerned at the south end and the west end, where a lot of the Māori community jump on and hopefully jump off. Has there been any consideration given to the opening up to passengers from Helensville to Henderson, so that they can be part of the wonderful line that is going in around us?
If I can give the first response, and we have been approached by interested parties there. Our Kiwirail stance has been basically, until we have City Rail Link up and running and under our belt, we are not resourced or have the ability to think about extending the reach of the network. That can come later, but the money has to be, the time, investment, etc., has to go into the project we have in front of us. Our minds aren't close to it, but basically not now. Let's finish the job.
Thank you. Ken?
Thank you. A bit on the back of member Henry. How flexible after the start is the scheduling? Is the, depending on what you encounter? Had it pointed out to me, and I've tried to follow in the maps, but it's hard. West Aucklanders used to be able to get the train to Grafton, to the hospital, to Newmarket. When the CRL opens, it's going to take us straight into the CRL, which means Westies are going to have to change trains or a bus to get to Grafton, Newmarket or Parnell. Am I correct in that?
That is correct. Other than in the off-peak, you'd be able to take the Onehunga service direct to Grafton. But if you're taking the east-west service, that's correct, you'd have to transfer. But we need to remember this is a high-frequency network with connections every few minutes, particularly at those stations. So we did, a number of years ago, when we looked at the different service options, consider the pros and the cons, obviously, of different opportunities and what would be the most advantageous to the most people in terms of direct routes versus a necessity to transfer between trains in particular.
I did see the off-peak thing, but that was very marginal. My impression of when I look at this is the letter P. We've got a circular system helping everybody except the west, which is the stick to nowhere. I was, for 150 years of trains chugging along, we've been getting into the hospital in Newmarket, and now we have to change trains and buses. So is my question again, how much flexibility is once this is up and running and we've had a suck and see of this thing to make changes?
A lot of work has obviously gone into the design of the timetable, again, to maximise the benefit to the most number of people through the service design. There's only so many ways you can develop the design, but certainly there'll be train services in the off-peak every 20 minutes, train services in the peak every 10 minutes at least, so the connections are actually a lot more frequent than what you'd expect right now on the network, so that should facilitate those journeys to the hospital.
My point being that we just have to have interchanges more frequently. It's not about how quick it is, it's about the journey that I was asking the questions.
Correct, and for most journeys, the journey time will be faster for most people.
Okay, Julie?
Kia ora. Can I just get a sense from you, Chair? I had a couple of questions about the practical completion. Is it okay to ask about that? I know it's on the summary rather than hasn't been spoken to directly. Is that okay? Sweet. So, thank you very much. And it's great to think that in a year's time, some of us might have got here on those trains, going through the tunnels. I wanted to ask around the practical completion implications. Obviously, the delay, we've had a lot of information about how that's not going to have a knock-on effect on opening. That's great. What I wanted to understand was specifically for Mangawhau Station, we have an issue there around the development around the stations, and previous advice was that the titles for those sites could not really be all tidied up and confirmed until after practical completion. So do you have an understanding of whether that's still the case and whether there's a knock-on effect there? obviously there's a lot of interest in getting those sites to market so that this community in particular can get a better sense of what's going to happen there.
Councillor, it might be easiest if I answer that one.
Right.
The issues with titles around the sites don't impact the opening of CRL. If that was the question, the works are underway and being completed. The titles around the sites themselves have to do with taking to the market and so forth, which is a separate matter and being dealt with not by CRL. Council.
So the thanks Barry. The previous advice I'd been given was that titles couldn't be issued until as much as potentially a year after practical completion. So that's why I'm worried about that. Maybe we need to take that offline. That's fine.
Yes, we can take it offline. I don't think that stands at the moment, that time frame, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'll follow that up separately. The other thing is the opportunity potentially for Mangawhau Station around some pre-opening events that are around getting to know your station. I think it was being referred to potentially as Meet Your Station. The potential that it could be used to hold community events in it before it's operational, whether there could be a sneaky opportunity to use the Western Line platforms before everything's completed. So any comments that you would have on those opportunities and the implications of the practical completion push out? Thanks.
There's a lot in that question.
Yes, there is.
So probably the first one, there is a program potentially for station visits across the network, so that will form part of the communications plan that has been developed at the moment. In terms of activation, we have worked very closely, Auckland Transport and the Auckland Development Office. We have a plan for those activations and what that will look like on day one, and also noting that the development in and around that station could take some time, so that will be an ongoing process as the land around it gets developed. In terms of the opening of the platform, no, that not early, because there are a number of reasons for that.
Yeah, we have had that conversation before, but I keep getting asked it, so I was going to ask it again. Sorry about that. Just to note, you mentioned the activations after day one. I'm talking about the potential for activations prior to day one for the community to have access as a community space, not necessarily as a train station as such.
So in and around the station, in the station precinct, the likelihood of a long time before day one, but we are working as quickly as possible to activate that area. There are still some works that just need to be completed around pavements and those types of things, but in terms of getting it ready and actually starting those activations, we are working to a program that would as quickly as we can to do that.
Great, thank you. My second question was just around, sorry, I know that was one question with multiple parts. The next question is hopefully just one question, which is around the hardship fund, and whether that has been exhausted. How is that going, basically?
Councillor, good question. We've currently have about 1.4 million left on the targeted hardship fund. We're still processing applications, but as the works disruption reduces clearly, and that is happening with the urban realm completion and opening up some of the areas such as Albert Street and the Beresford Square entrance, then the number of applicants drops as well. But there's currently about 1.4 million left.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Alf.
Atamari ki a koe he mana to you, Chair. Good morning. And atamari e koutou katoa to everybody. Your first PowerPoint presentation, I'm going to go to the slide, well, the report first. And that report is said received September 2025 update. Is this the September 2025 update?
So this is the City Rail.
So in our agenda, it's got received September 2025 update. I'm just asking, is this the 2025 update? My subsequent question would be, when are we going to receive the December one, if this is September? And then I've got another part I on 8.1.
It's a typo, Alf, so you can relax. This is the most up to date. It's not the September one. So.
Okay, so it's up to date.
Absolutely.
Okay, so therefore then my question is this. I want to reassure the public in regards to the scare that happened about 6-7 days ago, and that's with the asbestos scare, that we have done everything that we can and there is no asbestos. Can I confirm that from you?
Councillor, if you're referring to the announcement we made recently and the doors, some of the doors in the stations were part of that asbestos review. We have two suppliers of these doors. They come from mostly come from China. The testing that we did showed no levels of contamination, but nonetheless we are replacing those doors. There's a plan to replace the doors. It just takes a bit of time, as you can imagine. There's over 100 doors to replace. So between the two suppliers, we're working very proactively with them to replace the doors. And the doors are tagged, so there's no risk of interference with the doors in terms of additional construction work. So we're protecting the workers and the site, and then working very proactively. I mean, there's a number of other projects around New Zealand, as you can imagine, impacted by this with the same suppliers. So it's just a case of gradually replacing the doors as soon as we can.
Kia ora. I want to go to 8.2 now. And my question is on slide 7 of 14, and that's the operational readiness. You've got in there the second bullet point, modifying the existing fleet to be compatible with CRL. I'll just wait till you get the papers. Yeah. And what you've got there is existing trains modified 72. Underneath you've got that as 58 completed and returned to service, but there's 14 to complete. So I'm just reconfirmed that there's 58, but there's still 14 to make up the 72. So the 72 haven't been completed. There's still 14 to go?
There are still 14 to go.
Okay. Can I also, it'll be on the same slide 7 or 14. Can you explain very briefly, if you can, around the modifying of the existing trains, how they're modified to fit the CRL? And when I say basic, I mean, I know that you may not know, it's just that I want to have a look to make sure that the modification doesn't have that much of an impact where safety becomes a concern. That's why I've asked the question.
I mean, the key aspect for modification is to ensure safety. So, and it's largely around the IT systems that sit within the trains. So it's making sure that they are compatible with the upgrades that have been done to the network. So the train doors can talk to the station and to the driver. So it's those types of modifications. But as part of the safety case for the whole project, the trains are we need to ensure that the trains are entirely safe to pass that safety test.
Kia ora. Just 3 more quick questions, Chair. It's slide 8 of 14, operational readiness progress. My first question is confirming that particular slide has indicated 35 staff down, training and recruitment.
Are you talking about the 35 station
It's got
staff?
station staff. I don't know whether that's negative 35 new station operational and security staff.
So the 35 are new station staff. That is the number.
Okay. So with the training and recruitment, you got 46 and 70%. What is the time frame to get those done, dusted, trained?
So it's been progressively done to ensure that it is ready for day one, but you don't need to have all of the staff. They are being progressively recruited because you wouldn't want to have all of the staff now when we are not ready to have them. So they will be recruited so that they are available and trained for day one.
Okay, my last one is that the modelling, do we have enough? Because everybody's saying that the CRL is going to be well used, there's going to be quite a few people. Do we have enough, especially staff, in regards to security of all CRL train stations?
So we, the answer is yes, on the basis of what has been modelled. There's some international models around numbers of staff, and there's also experience around how the existing network works. But obviously, from an operational perspective, all of those aspects of staffing are a continual process in terms of monitoring and making sure that they are working in the way that they should for customers.
Thank you. Sarah.
Kia ora. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. Well, you're breaking up a little bit.
I can't hear anything. Okay. I'll give it a go. First of all, I wanted to say big congratulations, because as these numbers and this is really impressive. My question, I was also very excited by your real fake people trial. My question is, what's the work being done to ensure that the test passengers reflect all different kinds of experiences of taking public transport? So people with physical impairments, sensory impairments, intellectual disabilities, those kinds of things. Are they all going to be represented in those trial passengers? Hopefully you heard some of that.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I did, and yes, they will be. I think it's very important that we cover the wider community. For example, we have hearing loops in the stations underfloor, which will allow for those with hearing disabilities to hear different emergency response communications. So all of that is incredibly important to us and will be part of the emergency response testing. So in short, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matt.
Yes, kia ora. Just referring to the emergency readiness desktop that you did, and looking at the physical readiness for emergency services. Going by reports that FENS are underfunded, and the CRL does provide a unique objective for rescue and things like that, and confined spaces are certainly a problem. With the equipment that's required for emergency services here, and noting how they are underfunded, is this being provided by CRL, or is it on the stations to provide the necessary equipment?
Good question, Councillor. We have had some requests from Fire Emergency Services for equipment in the stations, just to allow the response team to get to an event earlier, and we've agreed to fund that equipment. It could be as simple as stretchers. There's a wide range of equipment that we are putting into each of the stations to assist, to allow easier access and quicker access to equipment that the emergency services may require. So yes, we are supporting them with that.
And just on that, are the FENS confident that the stations, in terms of manpower, either for the city centre or bordering stations, are going to be adequately trained for accessing these areas?
Yes, we've had a close involvement with the emergency services for quite a long time now. It'd be well over 2 years, and they've been coming in and out of the stations over that period of time, working very closely with them, and they've had full access to the stations and becoming familiar with them, and planning the emergency response testing, which, as I mentioned, will start in March this year. Wide range of tests, but no, and the collaboration and their preparedness, I think, is very high.
Okay, appreciate that. And last question is, along with the equipment, certainly all the oxygen canisters that they're required to use, the consequential OPEX or the ongoing maintenance of that equipment, whether or not that falls on the stations, or if that's something that's a partnership with the CRL Council and FENS.
Well, future OPEX is not within the domain of CRL, but that there will be just ongoing discussions, I assume, with Emergency Services, Auckland Transport, about their requirements.
Yeah, any equipment in the stations itself is covered under AT's forward OPEX budget. And obviously any equipment that FENS bring themselves is theirs.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Victoria?
Thank you. My question is in regards to calendar of closures. What work has been done to prepare freight companies and businesses who proactively use the freight line of the upcoming closure, and what have you projected the knock-on effects will be of the closure?
Clearly, we work with the freight companies well in advance. For some freight companies, actually, it's a bit of a boon because they get to carry freight which would otherwise be on rail. We have set up in Hamilton and Frankton a CT site, so freight going south or north is exchanged there and put on trucks. We work with Auckland Transport in terms of traffic congestion over the period. We can cope over Christmas with 3 weeks of road bridging. Beyond that, we simply are unable to cope, which is why the 4th week we've got single line running for the freight. But it's fair to say we're pretty practiced at this now. We know what we can do. The freighties know what they can do. 3 weeks is the max.
Thank you.
John? Yeah, are these people able to answer questions on the operating cost going forward? You are, okay. I've found it really quite hard to follow this operating cost figure. It seems to jump around a bit, and there's been various figures that have been put out into the public that are a little confusing, and I'm not quite sure if this is because it's unique to this project, but I'd appreciate a little bit of clarity if you could get it. So, in normal big capital projects, and I think of one I'm a little familiar with, the Penlink project, for instance, where the operating costs essentially are going to be funded by tolling. So you've got a very distinct figure, or a relatively small figure in the scheme of things. With CRL, we've had this this $265 million figure thrown around, and it includes the interest on the debt of construction. So are you able to clarify how that massive capital cost then gets slotted into the operating costs, given that debt or that construction cost has been accumulating over a decade, I assume? And is that unique to this project, because it doesn't seem to be the way operating costs are calculated in other big capital projects?
Perhaps through Chair, I might just address that briefly. There have been two numbers which I think have been bandied around or in the media. There's a lower one which, from memory, is about 26 million, which is for the actual operating costs of the stations in the rail network. Then there's a higher number, which I think is 235 million. The difference between the two is that higher number includes depreciation and the interest on the debt for the project. So that's the difference between the two numbers. One is exclusive of debt and depreciation. The other is inclusive of that.
Okay, so to get to the one that's includes the interest on the debt for the project, that interest obviously accrues yearly or whatever calculation is used to determine the the interest in any annual plan. So are you saying that big jump then is just with the finishing of the last year, because it should have been getting baked into all council finances up to this point.
That carries on, so it's debt, the debt that is to service the cost of servicing the debt there, plus the depreciation, so that carries on. Yep. Which I think is 126 million. 167 million, sorry.
So the 167 is on the council share of the 5.5 billion, is it?
Correct.
Yeah, that's a bit misleading, isn't it?
Okay, thank you. Mike?
Yeah, obviously, public are becoming more and more impatient about how long this project is taking, and given some of us were present when the Prime Minister John Key of the day and the Mayor of the day, Len Brown, formally launched the construction. So it's the question. My questions will be to Kiwi Rail and to City Rail Link, when will this project be concluded? Now, so the first question is to Kiwi Rail, essentially in regard to the rail network rebuild. But so when will that be completed?
The invasive civil works associated with rail network rebuild complete in January.
So the rail network rebuild will be completed in January 2026?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just let me just finish.
Why are you, am I right? Somewhere
answering the question,
just let him finish.
Yeah. In Easter of 2026, we have to liven up 3 pieces of work that we've done, but that's not invasive, it's just signalling work, and we've got a couple of blocks of line in the middle. One is a precaution in case everything doesn't go as planned as at Christmas. What has to be remembered, there is still a legacy of works to be done on this network over the next 20 years. But we have been doing 20 years worth of work over the last 4. There's 25 years of renewals still to be done, but with nothing like the disruption that has been experienced.
Okay. Just looking it all together, because Kiwi Rail was once a rail operator, a passenger rail operator, and a particularly successful one in Wellington. However, you would be aware of the impact these constant closures have on rail patronage, and the whole point of the CRL is AT are suggesting that it's going to be a game changer, but if we're going to have ongoing interruptions and block of the lines, which seem to be almost unique to Auckland or New Zealand at least, but certainly not international practice. I think people want some surety about when, especially the ratepayers who'll be paying for increased access charges and not getting access, when we will get to a steady state where the Auckland rail network is available 24, well, not 24/7, but 365 days a year. Is there an end goal for that? Because that's only when that happens will we really have a proper functioning network, including the CRL.
I'm not aware of any network globally that is 100% available 365 days of the year. There are always works to be done. There is simply wear and tear. What we are putting in place is an arrangement whereby we basically become a night working operation. So we start work at 10 and finish at 4 a.m. There will be closures associated with level crossing closures, the major capital works. But I repeat the comment I've given, that the days of big network closures are over. We are very, very conscious of what this has done to patronage, and the patronage and fare box has to be given that chance to recover. That is what our maintenance process is going to be based on, recovery of fare box. But we are not going to let the network go backwards.
Can you explain for us, in this chart here you've got a breakdown of the work you've been doing, which is helpful: drainage, formation, rail, sleeper, blah, blah, blah. And it's in metres, rather, so it looks a lot, but actually drainage, 70 kilometres, and so on. So what is the difference between Auckland Metro Recovery Program and RNR?
The Metro Recovery Program was what was done when we had the issue with the rail cracking, the rolling contact fatigue. So much of the turnout work and rail replacement work was done at that stage. R&R is around the drainage, the formation. The R&R is around the rebuild of the fundamentals of the network, digging it up from scratch.
You don't see them as the same thing?
Well, I put them together because they are the same thing, but the R&R work is, to my mind, dealing with the absolute fundamentals of the thing. It's fixing the foundations of the house. And unless those foundations were fixed in the areas we have fixed them, we would have been unable to keep the speed restrictions at a level on the network that would mean AT could not, I've probably got too many double negatives in there, AT would not have been able to run the timetable they want to run had we not fixed the foundations of the network so we could keep the track in good condition. That's what R&R was all about. It was driven around getting a timetable that would get the benefit of City Rail Link and get the rail patronage up.
You must agree that it's not ideal to routinely schedule a block of the lines, and could conceivably there'll be block of the lines after the CRL opens?
I think it's entirely possible there will be weekends where we have shuts on one line. The commitment we have given is that we will not see a full closure of the Auckland network again. There will be work having to be done on certain lines at some stages. That's what railways do. And you say it's unusual globally. I know a network that didn't do this, and it's called the Durchbahn, running now currently at 63% because it didn't get on and do the maintenance, and it just focused solely on the service. This is what a railway has to do. The issue is ensuring most of the work is done in hours when passengers are not using the line, which is 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. That's the operation we are becoming.
Yeah, I won't go into how much Kiwi Rail has been paid for access charges, but the cost of the CRL and rail is going to be more socially shared coming into our record rates increase coming up, because the CRL and related costs are going to be the headline item. I'll move now to CRL Limited, if I could, Mr. Chair. Question. In your presentation, you're talking about the difficulties and the challenges of testing, network testing and station testing. International experience informs you that most challenging phase. I wonder if you could help us in terms of explaining the difference between completing the CRL and opening the CRL. Opening of the CRL was going to be this year. It's put back to, any number of years in the past. But anyway, it's the second half of 2026. I think a few months ago it was 2026. So it's the second half. So there is a gap between completing and opening it to the public. Parliamentarians wrote on it in May this year, some months ago, but the public won't be able to write on it till late next year. So that's the opening day, sometime late next year. When will the project, the build, be completed? Are we allowed to know that? This is for CRL Limited. Patrick.
Yeah, councillor, thank you. We have disclosed that the target project completion date that we have is the end of June. And that's what we're aiming for. We're going flat out for that. We'll update of progress at these meetings and with our regular sponsor meetings, which are monthly. We have Minister Mayor meetings as well, which are now monthly, to update as we progress through some of the milestones that I outlined. As we achieve those or have challenges with those, we will inform the sponsors on a regular basis and be able to give updates on how we're progressing towards that end of June date.
And so the testing, there was a press release I read the other day about 13,000 plus tests to be done. They're still to be done. They're not the tests that have been done, or...
No, Councillor, we're the 16,000 tests approximately, and we're about 80% through those tests. So we still have a way to go, trying to get through them as quickly as we can.
77%.
At 80% through the
So that
tests.
must have been about 56,000 tests to get through.
No, the 16,000 is a total, and we're 80% through those 16,000. So that would leave 20%, which would be just over 3,000 tests.
Coming back to international experience, just another... that doesn't seem to be normal to have such a delay in regard to complete... Well, I would assume a project is not completed until it is ready to use. But anyway, is that normal to have such a lag between completion, nominal completion, and fit for purpose for passenger use? Is that normal?
Absolutely, it's normal. So we've had a number of delegations internationally over the last 12 months or so, particularly from Melbourne and Sydney, where they emphasise building of confidence of the completed systems without passengers operating on them. And a number of the projects quoted, for example, 12 weeks of running. When the actual systems have been tested, it's called proof of operation or proof of trialling.
Yeah, just in terms of how long the project is taking, and this is really a CRL question, not AT. There's a lot of work going on in Australia, like there was the Melbourne Metro Tunnel, that was 9 kilometres. A kilometre a year was 0.97 a year was the speed of work on that. We're much slower. Sydney Rail Loop, half a year per kilometre. And that's the whole thing. Sydney Metro West, also half a year, and Sydney Metro West and Sydney Airport, 0.19 of a year per kilometres. This one is 3.4 kilometres, taken more than 10 years by the look of it. I don't think it's ideal, is it? Would you agree with that?
I think it's difficult to compare some projects, but obviously the business case was 2015. We announced the contract for the Link Alliance for the 3 stations in the middle of 2019, and we were scheduled to finish at the end of 24 then. But obviously since then we had some additional scope, Councillor, if you recall, with Burford Square entrance, 9-car platforms, and platform screen doors, some additional scope that had to be incorporated into the design and the works. And then, of course, we had COVID. A lot of the Australian construction projects were able to continue through COVID. We could not. And we lost, we had 283 days, I think, where we were impacted by COVID, either lockdowns or the social distancing that was required then. And our Australian projects weren't impacted by that. So I'm not making excuses, but there are a lot of events that have contributed to the extra time required for this project.
COVID. It was international, it was a pandemic, and all of these projects, international projects, recently completed or ongoing would have been affected, but we'll leave it at that. But I'll just make the point, time is money. Money is going to be an important consideration for us coming into the annual plan, because the headline reason for the record rates increase is the CRL, and if it's taking 3 years per kilometre and a couple of billion or whatever, that's a problem. So thank you.
Quite correct, time is money. Ken?
Thank you. Just one last one. Just to Mr. Potter, just can't make those figures add up. I did a quick AI check. I'm sure you're correct, but when I remember last term when we were negotiating or talking about the long-term plan, our debt ceiling had a big drop, and I thought that was when the government took over our part of the CRL debt. Tells me here that's not happening. So what my question is principal repayment built into any of those figures you talked about, or is it all just interest repayment? What is the interest repaying, and is there any principal repayment?
Through the chair, look, I will come back to you on some of that if I may, Councillor Turner, and respond to that with the finance team. There are a couple of things though. This has always been funded 50-50 Crown Council. That has been all the way through, so 50% of the cost is council's. And sorry, there was one other point in there.
Just the level of debt and the principal, the interest component and was there a principal component?
Let me come back to you and address that with you, if I may, with the finance team.
Okay, thank you. What made me think about it was when Councillor Watson spoke about the toll on Penlink. You know, I all of a sudden wondered how much of the ticket rate would actually pay back the debt. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, so you can step back. Thanks, team. And Dave, just a big thank you to your staff who are going to be pretty much working over the rest of the time when most other people will be having a little bit of a break. Won't be 7 weeks. But thank you for that. And to Pat and John, keep up the good work. We'll get there. So it's been moved into any debate, any discussion? Alf.
Just wanted to acknowledge the staff, Chair, and look, the issue for me, and it's always going to be an issue until we get it right, and that's the safety of our people who use the CRL. I, along with everybody else, look forward to it, and I also look forward to, and I'm speaking with about this with the colleagues around this table, I look forward to the budget bid and either annual plan or long-term plan for transport officers. I have been fortunate enough to sort of travel to France, travel to Hawaii, travel to London, travel to China and use the underground systems, but also other countries. And I look, we have to get this right. And the transport officers, security staff that was mentioned in these reports, we have to get this right in regards to our community. So I know we're only receiving both of those, but I just needed to put that on the table because I'm going to continue to make sure that our transport officers and security staff are deployed in the CRL. Kilda.
Thank you. Okay, no one else got anything to say? So it's been moved and seconded. We'll put it, those in favour say aye. Aye. And against? Carried. Thank you. We'll take our 5-minute break. 5 minutes late. 5 minutes. Our little mini break. Next item, 8.3, is NZTA update. So Steve Mutton, who's here. Oh. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. I'll just introduce to you Catherine King, Regional Manager, System Design as well.
Yep, fire away. Just maybe bring the microphones a little bit closer. Where it's a little bit quiet this morning.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for the time this morning. It's good to see everyone again, and those of you who have joined as a councillor, welcome. NZTA's focus on a transport network that delivers for people, places in Auckland, and a network that keeps our city's growth, enables people and freight to move around efficiently, quickly and safely. So today, Catherine and myself are going to share with you how NZTA is turning that strategy into action. And we're going to focus on 3 cornerstone projects today. We're going to talk about the Auckland Motorway Strategic Plan, we're going to talk about Mill Road and also East-West Link. We're going to take the presentation as read, so we're just going to provide a quick summary for you all and then we'll pass it back to you, Chair, for questions. So Auckland's motorway network is the backbone of the city's movement. You know, we all know that the motorway network's under pressure. We're all seeing the rising congestion, the unpredictable delays and unreliable travel is increasing. The challenges are really clear. Our network is struggling to meet the expectations of all Aucklanders, and disruptions are having a much bigger impact than we've seen in the past. So what we're looking at is around, we've recognised these challenges. So NZTA is developing the Auckland Motorway Strategic Plan, which is a long-term roadmap for the next 10 to 30 years. This isn't about building more roads. What we're going to be doing is making smarter use of those existing corridors and what we have. We're going to be targeting those improvements which have the biggest difference. The plan draws on strategies that are already under place. We're using the national strategies and also regional strategies to make sure aligned with Auckland's broader vision. We're also looking at short-term, medium-term and long-term interventions to ensure that the motorway network can support Auckland's growth and prosperity. So the plan that we're developing is really clear. It's around optimising the existing network, which is about getting the most of our existing assets and corridors. We're going to target capacity increases where they're truly needed, and we're also going to integrate improvements across the wider transport corridor, recognising that the motorway is just only one piece of the transport puzzle in Auckland. So every activity is going to be prioritised, it's going to be sequenced, we're going to be looking at the risks and dependencies and have them all mapped out so we can deliver the real benefits over the next 3 decades. And really importantly, this piece of work will be the input into the Auckland Council's 30-year transport plan. So through the strategic planning, targeting investment and commitment to economic growth and productivity, NZTA is laying the groundwork for a network that will serve Aucklanders for generations to come. I'll pass it over to Catherine now, who's going to update us on 2 of the other projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'll kick off with a bit of detail about Mill Road, taking the presentation as read, but I'd like to draw you to a few key points. The primary objective of the Mill Road project is to support the really rapid growth that is occurring across South Auckland and to provide network resilience across the broader South Auckland area. We're proposing to deliver the project in stages, starting from Manukau and connecting down to Alfriston in the first stage that we're prioritising. This investment will make it safer, easier and faster for people to access Manukau. We're working towards lodging our fast-track application and have a really significant amount of engagement underway. We're hearing from people that they want the project to happen faster, and we're hearing and receiving quite a bit of useful feedback about local issues that we need to work on to improve the project design for local people. We're getting on with the design to prepare for construction once funding is confirmed by the government. Moving now to the East-West Link project. This project is primarily about improving access to the Onehunga and Penrose areas. This area is significant not just to Auckland, but is critically significant to the country. It holds 11% of Auckland's employment, is the third largest port in New Zealand, and the investment that we're proposing to make is there to support the 30% of employment growth that's projected across the area. We know that travel times have got worse since we first started looking at the project, and that if we do nothing in the area, it will start to restrict that growth that I spoke about. So we're proposing also to look at this project in stages. We'll be focusing on the connection to State Highway 20 first. This section is the easiest for us to construct. It's the most affordable for us to get on with. And it provides a really significant proportion of the overall project benefits. We've had approval to get the planning phase of the project underway. We're refining the design from State Highway 1 through to Nielsen Street, in particular those really complicated sections around Kiwirao's South Down Port. We are about to start some targeted engagement across the Onehunga Penrose community, and we'll shortly be going out to market to bring on some designers to help us get that detailed design right for the project. Thank you. We're now happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions, Lotu?
Kia ora, thank you, and thanks, folks. My question is about Mill Road and about timeframes. Mill Road has been on and off and on and off, and you know the community is really anxious that this will be. It's on now, but it may be off again. You know, it's been over a decade, I think, since we've been talking about Mill Road. So, can you give us some, as best as you can, timeframes of when we can expect phase 1 to be done? And then just a question, when I look at your map on slide 9, there's quite a few upgraded intersections there, and some of those are quite major intersections that have kind of, you know, really key to getting the traffic moving in that area up to the motorway turn on and turn off. Will those be done first? Or, you know, I'm just interested in how that will all work, because those are some pretty major intersections there. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. We have designers and early contractor involvement, our contractors on board for the first part of stage 1. So that is the rural section from Manukau through to just beyond Murphy's Road along that section. Those designers and the contractors are helping us to develop a construction methodology that will look to minimise disruption, acknowledging that they are really significant investments and infrastructure changes to make at those intersections. So there will be delays and disruption to people, but we'll be looking to minimise that as much as possible through that work with our designers. And to your first question, we are looking to lodge our fast track application this month in December. That enables us to have confidence to move forward with the full design work and supporting us with our construction methodology. We are waiting for confirmation from the government for construction funding, so we'll be looking for that mid next year once we've got the fast track application process complete. And we'll be prioritising the intersection at Alfriston and the urban section of the project from Manukau first. But it is roughly a 2 to 3 year construction period.
Kia ora, thanks.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you for this. Thank you for the update on East West Link. My question is, are you satisfied that the proposed changes will actually, help move freight along Nielsen Street and not just load up the surrounding streets with the connections proposed?
Thank you, Councillor. We've done quite a bit of investigation work to understand the traffic movements across the area and the key freight movements in particular. What we understand from that work is that a limited amount of traffic is travelling end to end along Nielsen Street. The key movements are access from State Highway 20 and State Highway 1 into the area and access straight out again. So improving the key access points from those two motorway intersections will provide a significant amount of benefit for not just freight movements in and out of the area, but it's also separating the freight movements from local traffic access. So local streets will have less trucks, less freight movements on them, and that will be concentrated on those two access points in and out of the motorway. And we'll be working closely with our colleagues at Auckland Transport to ensure those access points to the motorway are optimised and keeping that freight traffic off local roads.
Cheers for that. Daniel?
Good morning, Catherine and Steve. I thought that the bucket of funding for the RONs was for both acquisitions as well as early constructions. So you're telling me that you don't have any funding at this stage for construction for the Package 0, Package 1 and Package 2 that make up Stage 1 for Mill Road. Can you just clarify this?
Yeah, the way we work through our business cases is firstly a design and investment case, which was approved by our board and the minister last April. And that gave us funding to move into pre-implementation. That's where we get underway with our property acquisition, bring our early contractors on board, our detailed designers. And once we've finished this phase and have a business case to put to our board mid next year or so, once we have the all of the consents complete, that will be our application to our board to release construction funding. So we work through in this 3 phases.
Okay, you'll note the strong level of support from around this table for this, so that's great. The next question, with relation to the, you've moved to the application for the NOR for Stage 2, Takanini through to Papakura Clevedon Road, I think it finishes. So beyond the lodgement for the NOR, are you able to use the current RONs bucket for acquisitions within that particular corridor if you have willing sellers? And if so, have you done any of that?
So we have had 2 phases of route protection underway for the section from Alfriston to Drury. The first section was to support us to have a really clear understanding of the route we needed that was impacted by developers around Alfriston. we've now brought on, or we're just about to go out to market for support for the full notice of requirement from Alfriston all the way down to Drury. Part of our commitment to that notice of requirement work will be a strategic property purchase where we can see there's an opportunity that we don't want to miss, and to ensure we get property at an effective, affordable price, or where there are, through the Public Works Act, there are hardship claims that come to us, which is part of that process of securing a route.
And my final question, with your indulgence, Chair, you'll appreciate the concern that is going to go on here is that you've gone out with the NORs for stage 2, which are now, the approximate location is public information, and you've got developers trying to buy up significant pieces of land around adjacent to that. We are now hitting the point where what happens beyond Papakura Clevedon Road is very, very concerning, because we're either going to go way up into the hills, or we're going to have to dog leap round right through and rip up through Papakura East. So do you have any sense as to where this is heading? And if so, can you elaborate?
So going into this phase of planning work, we will be starting from the work that was done by the Supporting Growth team. That team had a look at a number of routes through both the urban Old Mill Road sections of Papakura, and looked at the Hunua hinterlands. We have quite a bit of work to complete to understand the risks involved in those the routes that were shortlisted by the Supporting Growth work, particularly the geotech risks through the more rural sections at the back of Papakura. And that will then enable us to make a recommendation to our board of what's the most efficient way to make that connection to deliver on the broader benefits that the Mill Road project has projected.
Okay, no further questions, so you can move back. Catherine, Steve, thank you very much. Mover and seconder. Thank you, Alf, seconder. Thanks, Greg. Okay, any discussion? Daniel?
Chair, I'm really supportive of this work taking place, but I do get a bit anxious about the lag here on the construction timeframe, not so much because of the delays and how that will inconvenience the public, but if I'm candid, I just want to make sure that construction is too advanced to stop in the event that we get a change in direction if we get a different government next year, because that is the reason why this project has stopped, candidly, in days past. It's because there was a different priority in the government policy statement of the day. I agree that Mill Road needs to go ahead, and I think that a lot of people from the south agree that, but I do hope that the officials from NZTA actually get on with spades in the ground for stage 1 at least, as well as working expeditiously to get the stage 2 and the stage 3 notices of requirement underway as quickly as possible, so as to give certainty to those poor property owners there. Because if somebody out there wishes to go because they've got a paper highway through their back property, then I would like them to be bought out as soon as possible. And that was the reason for the legislation that's been fast-tracked through the Parliament, actually. So I know that Steve and Catherine will be listening to this and very aware of this issue, but that is the primary concern at the moment. It's a changing political landscape around what people think of the RONs and in particular Mill Road. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yeah, Lori?
Yeah, kia ora, Chair. As you know, I'm on the different side of the political spectrum from Councillor Newman. Well, not that different, no, but we're both South Aucklanders. Yeah, so I hear that frustration from people all the time. I live right there at the start of phase 1, where that work is being proposed, right in that Manukau central area. And when you leave the courts, the Manukau court, no joke, if you leave at 3 o'clock, you're not going to get to the top of Redoubt Road for another 30 minutes if you're lucky. You know, it's crazy at the moment. So this work is really needed. The people of South Auckland have been asking for it for some time now, and I'm hoping that whoever is listening into this meeting will hear that from all stripes in the House. So I'm really supportive of the work, NZTA, and will be pushing from my end as well that it does go ahead, regardless of what happens next year after the election. Kia ora.
Thank you. Any other comments? And so I'll just finish off then. The real fears, Daniel, and yesterday there was a meeting of the group called FEDA, which is Franklin Economic Development Area, and it includes ministries, it includes all the developers in that part of the world, and council, and it was visited by the leaders of the opposition a couple of months ago, and Mill Road was discussed as being a critical piece of infrastructure for the whole of the south, and they were not all that happy with the response they got, that the opposition do not see it in the same way that others do, and it's not a priority for them. So, but a real fear, and it's for, you know, as you say, I am picking there will be quite a lot of work done, so to try and get it to a point where it can no longer be the political football that it has been. So, all that done and dusted, it's been moved and seconded, so those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Next up, Dean, AT update, welcome.
Kia ora, councillors, and thank you. We've got a team here today. We're going to share the workload, and what I think you will find a very informative update. So once again, thank you very much for having us. You've had a good round already on CRL. We touch on CRL in an update, but we will dash through that because I know that there's been a good round of questions on it already. Just a couple of what I thought might be useful opening comments. The pointer, thank you. That wasn't an opening comment, that was an opening request. I was just going to say, first of all, welcome to the new councillors too. It's good to see an ever-changing set of faces and many of them familiar, so kia ora, and I look forward to your questions and the opportunity to further engage. As we go through the update today, we're going to have screens. Okay, I'm not sure where it's gone. Well, that's coming up. To be fair, I've lost it. Who knows? We've got Jane will be presenting on the update on the capital program status. We've got Andrew here to talk a bit about the city centre, or not the city, the car parking comprehensive management plans and where we're at on that. And Mel will be giving us an update on network productivity and some of the progress being made there. And Stacey will give us an update on the annual fare review. Oh, there it is. Awesome. It's arrived. Look, there's some highlights here throughout October, November. I've got a few others I'm going to throw in verbally, but look, when we come into the summer season, that is when we get out on the roads and do the maintenance. That is maintenance season. So we've got our summer rehab program. That is telling Aucklanders we're out here, we're getting the roads straightened out, sorted out, resurfaced, rebuilt where needed. And you will see more cones on the roads because this is the time of year that we can do it. Okay? cones are a good thing in that instance, just the right amount, of course, and for the right duration, but you need cones, so I've made my point. The other thing is we've got our pothole promise, which is an awesome thing, and we are achieving our objectives here. 97% of all potholes on arterials are repaired within the 24-hour period. So on the balance of the network, 1 week, but our contractors are lined up, so that is great progress. You'll see a number of other things in there, some great, the Reeds Road or Rahihi flyover. A couple of other things that were just on that hinge of November and December. IKEA opening went really well. We're really pleased. All the communication from everybody, including you, saw a reduction in people trying to drive to IKEA on the day. We saw a really big spike in public transport, both on rail in particular, 74% up over that period compared to the previous month. Same with bus transport. So, look, people adjusted their behaviours because they wanted to get to the IKEA opening, and IKEA achieved all of its targets in terms of numbers visiting. So we can do it, can't we, when we choose to. Same with Christmas in the park. So things are working well in this sense, so I'm really pleased. Hey, Albert Street go live, we'll touch on that shortly. Takanini, I know Councillor Newman are always interested, but the rail level crossing program is progressing well. So look, there's some really good things out there right across the board, and you've a lot to be pleased with. Can I acknowledge the stabbings again that occurred last night? I acknowledge them. This is tough, isn't it? This is society and parts of society behaving badly. We take great care to ensure that our staff and our operators' staff are well equipped to handle these situations, but there are some you can never quite handle, such as what happened last night. So, our thoughts are all with those that are affected, family, the individual, of course, individuals, and our staff as they look to actually deal with what's a high impact and emotional event. So I wanted to acknowledge that. On that note, we will keep going. Yeah, look, I thought this month it might be nice just to say we recognition by your peers is very important for staff and for any organisation. There's eight awards been that staff or projects within Auckland Transport have secured over the last 2 months. We have had a focus over the last couple of years of putting up staff and projects where we think they're worthy of recognition by our peers, and we've noticed a great uptick. Some great awards in this, and I encourage you to take a read. Coming to capital program, I'm going to hand over to Jane, who's going to take you through these key achievements, and then we'll keep going without interruption. We'll take questions at the end. Is that correct, Chair? Thank you.
Not quite, yes, it is. Good afternoon now, everybody, again. Yes, some of our key achievements. In Twin Wharf Road, Herald Island, we've completed the staircase there. You'll see, and there's a bit of an update on the ferry program further on in this capital program update, but the hybrid ferries have been lowered into the Whanganui River and are now, as I understand it, travelling up the coast to be ready for testing in Auckland to be put into operation. Innes Links, so the Merton Road Stage 1 work has been completed, and of course that forms part of the broader connection between Glen Innes and Tamaki and into those communities to enable cycling to occur into the city and beyond. And just in terms of new footpaths, from a walking perspective, there are a number of those that have been delivered in the south, and these are at the request of the community, and they're funded by the Climate Emergency Response Fund. A bit of a look ahead. We have gone out for early contractor involvement in the Inga Bridge, and you will probably have seen, if you've driven around or walked around the area, the Glen Innes to Tamaki Drive project is progressing really well, and so both ends of that boardwalk should be completed in early 2026, which is the last link in that larger cycleway to connect from the city through into Tamaki. And Rosedale Bus Station, the request for tender has been issued, and for Whangaparoa, the new footpaths are in progress. And also just an update on the Takanini road bridges. We are likely to announce the ECI contractor for that later this week. We've just been in negotiations and that's in final sign-off. Just an update on Eastern Busway and the Botany Link Road. You'll recall that in the Link Road, which is the section of road from near where the Howick Eastern Bus station is through to the Botany Township, was not going to be completed as an offline busway. We were putting T3 lanes in there, and that was related to the cost envelope that we were working in at the beginning of that project. Due to the project proceeding ahead of time, and also there was some capacity within the allocated funding for the project. We were able to look to complete that link road within the project timeframes. So that has been through the approval processes through council, and was approved to progress through our AT board. And since these slides were put together, I'm happy to say that the NZTA board approved their 51%. We've had informal notice of that on Friday. As we've put up there, the total amount to construct that section, which is an off-road busway and also the shared path, will be less than 110 million, and we are well into the negotiations between the what we call non-owner participants and ourselves, and would look to have a final price for that at the beginning of next week. And as I say, we have been working closely with council and also with NZTA to move this forward, and it's exciting to be able to deliver that part of the project within the timeframes of the existing construction works. Just in terms of the ferry fleet renewal, so the first electric ferry for Half Moon Bay is undergoing its final testing. So that's likely to be, well, it will be handed over to AT in 2026. A bit like CRL and any of these other projects, there's a significant amount of testing that needs to take place, and particularly because the electric ferries are new technology, so ensuring they're ready for customers. Half Moon Bay has been completed, the charging equipment on shore, and the downtown ferry has commenced. That went through a consenting process. We now have the consent for that, and so that will be commencing within the next few months. Just continuing with the ferry fleet, I've talked about the hybrid ferry, which will be for the Devonport route, and that's arriving later this month. And I've talked about the testing that is being undertaken across those, the hybrid and the electric ferries. And for the diesel ferries, you'll recall that it was brought to governing body earlier, and this committee earlier in the year. And so the tender work for that has been underway, and the tender is likely to be issued in early 2026. And now I believe I'm handing over to Andrew.
Kia ora, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you an update on where we've got to in terms of the optimisation programme. For new councillors, you may be aware that Auckland Transport and NZTA work jointly on the optimisation programme, and we have some key statement of intent targets that are reported through to council on a regular basis. And this is a summary of that work today, and I've got a couple of slides to focus in on special vehicle lanes as particular interest. Since coming to you last time, the programme is well on track to deliver against those SOI targets and well underway with planning for next year's programme as well. In particular, we've completed several projects down on BYLs on Redoubt Road and a retiming of the dynamic lane that goes outbound from the city, from the motorway intersection there. We are also completed the Hugo Johnson Church Street intersection, making improvements through there for a range of users, and currently in progress with a number of corridors, particularly in Takanini, to support the CRL opening and the level crossing programme, and there's some work underway on Onua Road to tie in with the maintenance that's currently being undertaken. In terms of signalisation changes, so that's work we do with the Auckland Transport Operations Centre. We have an annual target of around 250 full-scale signal optimisation. That's about a third of all the signals in Auckland. So it's an ongoing annual programme to target those. We're around 30% of the way through that and well on track to deliver that this year. Following that, there's also going to be some focus on the city centre. Now we have the opening of Albert Street and the new bus lanes along Albert Street and the shift for bus services, which is working well, has given us opportunities to actually look at making sure that those signals are operating as planned. And then we can focus back onto the operations of Queen Street and Victoria Street. I'm going to jump to the dynamic lanes. Back in September, you may recall that we presented to the council that the Mayoral dynamic bus lane went live on the 8th of September in the morning peak and appears to be working very well, and some timing changes. We also got 2 projects underway for Dominion Road around changing times we can turn right to enable bus services to run more effectively, and I'm progressing with the trial of a dynamic crossing in Botany. Just to move on to special vehicle lanes. Here we go. This is a graph to show you roughly how we're progressing with new SVLs on the network. Our target this year is 10 kilometres of new SVLs on the network. So far, as I mentioned before, Mayoral Street dynamic bus lane corridor improvements have been undertaken. Our colleagues at NZTA have delivered on the State Highway 1 Onua Road southbound bus improvements. And with CBD, with the new bus services on Albert Street and Vincent Street, that's added to our current delivery of around 3.5 kilometres. We will go, also to do with that, just on the other slide, we had a target to look at operating hour changes. So we monitor the network across all of our arterials, but also across all of our special vehicle lanes to make sure they're operating effectively, whether they be bus lanes or transit lanes T2, T3. We have done a review of around just over 16 kilometres of special vehicle lanes, so we're well over target onto that review. Some of those will be taking place over the coming months, and we're working with the relevant local boards, and we'll bring back a report on that later on in next year. The main delivery, as you can see from this, is going to be in Q4, and that's focused on Mount Wellington, Sylvia Park and Mount Smart SVLs. And this is our current picture of delivery to give you a lot more detail around what projects are being looked at. In particular, you can see there that focus also includes Eastern Busway and some further work by NZTA on State Highway 16. We did note in our SOI that there'll be further works around Silverdale. NZTA are continuing with that project. It's just going to be delivered into next financial year because of pavement works. So we're continuing to look at all opportunities to introduce special vehicle lanes where they're needed and can be justified. Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. I'll just take you through our parking and curbside program. It's quite a significant program, as you can imagine, with 7,000 kilometres of roads in Auckland. It goes from very small things, a customer rings up and needs some broken yellow lines, through to whole of suburb parking reviews that we do. So there's dozens of projects on at any one time. Everything that we do is based on the Room to Move strategy, and this body endorsed the principles behind that strategy in 2022. And that sets that foundation for intervention. And what we've got is 3 sort of reasons or rationales to intervene in parking. One is to prioritise the movement of people or goods on key roads to keep the city moving. The second is to ensure easy access to destinations, be they centres, hospitals, tertiary education, etc. And the third is to get users to contribute to the costs of maintaining parking to reduce that burden on ratepayers, all reflected through the work program that we have in the statement of intent. What I'm going to do is just take you through a couple of key projects which are happening just at the moment in this month. The first one is the downtown car park handover. So Auckland Council has sold the downtown car park to Precinct Properties. Settlement is next Thursday, so AT will cease operating the car park next Wednesday. We understand that Precinct Properties will keep it operating themselves for a while until demolition begins, but AT will cease operating end of Wednesday next week, and it's going to be redeveloped into a whole new precinct, and there are a range of other associated changes to the road network and the public realm together with that. But that's something that at the moment the parking team is just working on in terms of that asset handover. The second thing that's on at the moment is the Great North Road parking changes. So this is not a parking project, this is the parking component of another project. So you'd be aware of the Great North Road project, which is nearing completion. The road resurfacing is planned to finish next week, and all the finishing touches are next month. As part of that, there was community concern about the parking situation in and around that corridor. So the team has worked to identify changes to the parking in and around that area, and where they've landed as a proposal to the community is 1 hour parking on Great North Road itself, and then some paid parking in the side streets in the eastern end, and 2 hour parking on the side street.
Try this one.
Just stopped. With some 15-minute parking spread throughout, and mobility parking. So that has just closed for public consultation at the end of last week. So we'll just go through those results and see what the response was to that. The next one is, that's a map illustrating what I just said. It doesn't feature any change to the residential parking precinct, which exists on either side of the road as is. And then finally, some of those whole of suburb parking plans that we've been doing at the moment. So Albany, Manukau, Newmarket and Ponsonby, they have just had consultation close on them. They were all developed in conjunction with the applicable local board and the business associations. And we've had some really great ideas come out of those conversations and some great engagement from the community. With those, they were all designed to take a holistic view at the whole suburb, deal with the competing and often conflicting needs between employees, residents, visitors, and try to create a fairer parking system for everyone living, working and visiting those areas. And those four are then going to move into a final set of proposals early next year. We will take those to seek approval from the relative local boards, and we're starting work now on the next 7 of those parking plans, and they'll be progressing over the coming years across large centres of the region.
Thank you, and I'm here to talk about our annual fare review. As you all know, once a year we take a look at our fares and understand in terms of what we need to adjust for the following year in terms of that. This year it has landed at 5.1% as a weighted average fare increase, and that's going to be effective of the 1st of February 2026 if it is approved by our board later this month. That means from an adult hop fare basis, that equates to about 10 to 25 cents per trip on a bus or a train. If you're taking a ferry, that equates to about 40 to 60 cents per trip. And of course, this is expected to generate additional revenue and help us achieve our targets that have been set for us in terms of fare box recovery, as well as work towards our goals that we have with our other funding partners in terms of our private revenue ratios. Just a bit of a recap in terms of obviously acknowledging that 5.1% is above CPI, which is obviously a lot where we talk about measurements that people relate to. We still have this deficit in terms of our fair revenue, given that for the 2 years where we had rapid inflation, there was a zero fare increase. This marginally improves that, but as you can see, we have had significant cost rises over the last few years, mainly to do with inflation in terms of that cost base, but also in terms of service improvement that we've invested in order to be able to make public transport a more attractive option for people. In terms of concessions, and so you will know that recently what we did was we improved the tertiary concession from 20% to 40%. It now measures exactly as we have for our child concessions, that 40% discount. Now what we noticed when sort of going through the data was that whilst tertiary education was back on campus about 88% in comparison to pre-COVID levels, that actual patronage on board public transport was significantly diminished in comparative to, let's say, adult users. And so there was a noted gap. Now the team have been working very closely with the universities, and you would have seen that in some of the media commentary, to try and improve access for tertiary students, to make sure that public transport was a viable option. Obviously they've got parking issues, so they want to support public transport as much as possible, which is why we've done that in collaboration with the universities, and we'll be doing more in terms of communication on that in the new year. We've also maintained that $50 fare cap, which is great. So that consistency going forth for customers remains. It has not changed for 2 years. And on that, I thought you'd be interested to know that we have, I was trying to remember what those unique users were. So there was about 8,330 on average a week reached that cap. That sort of equates to about, let's say, 19 to 20,000 free trips from those that reach that cap on average every week, yeah, in terms of that. Now, one of the things that we used, those that were here earlier this year that we spoke about was with the fare strategy review, was improving long distance fares. And so what we did at the start of this year, we consolidated those outer zones to make it more affordable for people that were travelling longer distances. So in doing that, we benchmark ourselves through an independent report in terms of 44 global cities. We went from ranking 33 out of 44 for long distance fares up to 11 for long distance fares. So we've hugely improved that equity in terms of journey payments, which is a really good outcome, without compromising too much in where we fall with short journeys. So we've gone from 7 to 10 there in terms of ranking out of those 44 cities. So that fare strategy is working. We had a number of other things we wanted to do with our fare strategy in year 2. We've had to pause those because obviously with NTS and national alignment, we want to make sure that what we're doing is not compromising that journey, and also making it clear and transparent to everybody about what that looks like going forth. Thanks.
And if I can just fill in for Scott Campbell, who would normally do the Māori outcomes, I'll give you a quick update on progress there. So you'll see our Maro Tiritiriana or our Māori outcomes report has highlighted a number of achievements over the last 12 months, including mana whenua engagements, both forums and projects. You'll see we've now achieved 100% bilingual transfer and arrival messaging across all public transport. We've completed a review of all wayfinding signage with the objective of bringing that up to the standard that we expect. Marae car parks and safety upgrades and procurement of from Māori-owned businesses. Currently, it's sitting just under our 3% target. That's directly correlated to where we're at with our capital spend. We're slightly behind target on that as well. As that it reaches target, then the rest will follow. So it's a quick update, and we have now finished. We will happily take questions. And if you want to take a ride, then feel free. It's Christmas.
Thank you, team. What we'll do is, as I said, we're going to take a break at 1:30, and we are right there, and we've got half the room who want to ask questions or thereabouts. So we will take our half-hour break for lunch. We'll be back here at 1, and the 9 or 10 people who are lined up for questions can get their questions all lined up for after that time. So that's what we'll do. We'll break for lunch. Thanks, team, and then we'll come back and get stuck into it at 1 o'clock. So we will reconvene, and when we departed, we were about to ask a million questions each. So first up is John.
Cheers. Yeah, and I've got a couple of quick ones, hopefully. So, firstly, thank you for a lot of the works around the Albany ward there. That's a great piece of work out at Herald Island, Whangapara Road, and the tender out for Rosedale, which has been a while coming, but that's great to see. So thanks very much for that. I just want to dive down on a couple of ones. The first one to do with the diesel ferry tender, issued early 2026, and I remember the meeting back in September. I thought that had already occurred, so that's open now, because I thought there was some suggestion that AT had decided on sourcing that from Australia. Am I correct in that or not?
The tender the process has been worked through to put it out for tender. It's not in there yet, not for the diesel ferries, no. Yeah.
Okay.
And so there are some producers in Australia, but they would tender alongside anyone else.
Alongside, so that's good. So the New Zealand companies who've certainly, shown an interest in that, they'll be able to go through this process.
Absolutely, yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Good to hear that. So that's that one. And just in terms of those works along, and you see them all over Auckland when we renew the pavement, is there a kind of generic cost per metre that we work to there? Because I assume it's pretty much the same sort of work no matter where it is.
Yes, I can't tell you what that generic cost is, but I can find that out for you. But we do have quantity surveyors who have over the years developed quite a lot of detail around the cost per metre, if you like.
Yeah,
of pavement.
and that'll be pretty much standard, I'd imagine, or close to
fairly
it.
standard, depending on if there's anything else. But from a pavement perspective, yes.
Yeah, okay. The other one, the final one, to do with the fare review, and again, good to see that tertiary concession there, and responding to the market trends and the modern parlance. I'm just curious though. I know it's always that sort of dichotomy between trying to encourage more people to use the service and then meeting ongoing costs. And I think, Stacey, you mentioned some sort of work there to do with the longer distance, kind of disproportionate cost there. Is our adjustment going to be across all modes then? Is it all public transport modes or just bus services? Because I see what I think are really good initiatives with the fare cap, with the tertiary concession, but then I see sort of other other parts of the PT system where the people just seem to get, hit each time. So could you give a little bit of an insight to that, please?
Absolutely. So, the start of the year when we did the rezoning, which then consolidated the outer zones, was for the bus and train network. Ferry was decoupled to a point so that fares could be set in line with, obviously, the significant cost that ferries come at in order to try and improve the fare box recovery ratio for ferry. That was really important for the long-term sustainability of our ferry services. But I will say that tertiary students still get 40% off that. Yeah. Yeah.
40% off the AT Hop card fare, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, John. Lotu.
Kia ora, thanks. A few positive comments first before my question. Congrats on the Bus Driver Appreciation Day. That was so good. It got so much positive feedback from the community. I saw it being shared all over TikTok and everything. And I didn't realise we were one of the only countries, maybe the only country, where people say, "Thank you, driver," as they're exiting. So that was really cool to recognise our bus drivers. And seeing their names, I think, up on the big, the side of the building and stuff, that was pretty awesome. So thank you for that. And I hope that we continue to do that in the future as well. Another positive was the flyover, Rahihi, or the Morris Williamson flyover, as we call it. Very seamless. Very seamless. It was really, really good driving over and dropping off Councillor Bartley. And so we didn't even notice we were on it until we were halfway through. So congrats on that too as well. And then lastly, the bilingual messaging that you have on your public transport, but also on the signage. Recently, everyone will know that we had a lot of visitors from overseas, Indigenous peoples, for the WIPSI conference, and the comments that we were getting from them about how amazing it was to see, the signage, bilingual signage, but also to actually hear it on our buses and trains was pretty awesome. So I think that work is helping to uplift our city and make us a world leader in that space in Indigenous circles. So commend you and the team for that especially. Now, the potholes. Huge congrats on those figures, like 97% is pretty amazing, and over 600 reported. But I have a feeling that there might still be some underreporting from my part of the world, from South Auckland. So I just wanted to ask whether you've got some detail to show us where those pothole reports are coming from, and is there an issue with people in South Auckland and the Manukau ward, for example, accessing the pothole hotline and letting the team know that there are potholes? Because I'm still seeing quite a few out in my community.
Yep. It's probably quite a useful question. I don't know. Well, it is a useful question, not quite a useful question. Sorry about that, Councillor. It's a useful question. I don't know the answer to what the distribution of those complaints are across Auckland, but we could find that out. And if we needed to, we could target certain areas using social media channels in particular, just to make people more aware of that opportunity to report a pothole. And we could also provide you collateral so you can distribute it. But I'm not aware of the distribution of those complaints over time.
Good, thank you, and I'd certainly help to get that word out if there is a problem. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Loru. Daniel?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the report. A couple of questions from me. Firstly, Aorita Place, magnificent. The footpath that you've got in there, as you know, I'm a great champion of the walking, and certainly it was well received there. I know that because everybody in that street, when I door knocked them prior to the election, was very complimentary. I am quite interested in the Takanini road bridges work. Do you know if your project team have decided yet whether the new vehicular bridge should start at Manuia Road, or should it be at Taka Street? Manuia is probably the more vital. Taka Street is the easiest. Do you know? Have you made a decision yet?
Excuse me, no, a final decision hasn't been made, and there are obviously sort of wider network impacts that need to be considered in terms of that decision with Manuia or Taka Street. And there are also some property implications that could impact that. With the early contractor involvement, that program will be finally decided in the early stage of next year.
I'm sure I'd speak for Councillor Winiata, but both he and I were very, very keen to know the details of when we've got the contract award later this week. That's a really big milestone for the Takanini Road Bridges project. My supplementary question related to the road bridges and the grade separation in Takanini is that Auckland Transport is currently in the design phase, as I understand it, for network optimisation of the Great South Road, including the opportunity for an off-road cycleway and the removal of on-street parking between Manuia and Glenora. And that's quite essential in Takanini to get more capacity
on the Great South to get that corridor unlocked. Is that project funded?
Yes, that's part of the optimisation programme that we're bringing forward to provide support for the level crossings programme, so to provide some of that relief to travellers on that corridor and some of those intersections in advance of the construction works happening.
Chair, through you, Chair, I'm happy because some of that will be quite contentious because it will involve the removal of the on-street car parking on the Great South. I'm happy to front that for AT if you want, because I think it would be quite helpful for AT to have the cover of the councillors supporting it. So just putting that out there. Great. My third question is, do you have an ETA for the completion of the necessary streetscaping in Drury associated with the Drury train station? Because that work is substantial. The work is going on at the moment, but they've got the completion date, as I understand it, for April for the station and park and ride, but it looks like the streetscaping is a bit behind.
So I know that there are some delays in those Drury stations in terms of completion, and that's been worked through at the moment. We are working closely with Kiwi Rail around aligning those works. I'm not sure of the exact completion date of the streetscapes, but I will come back to you around that.
Okay, if you could come back to Manima, that would be good. My final question, Chair. I was a little surprised that we didn't have more slide presentation in relation to renewals, in particular the road resurfacing and road reconstruction here, but that's fine. Can I just ask, and maybe it was addressed when I was out of the room, but with respect to the potholes promise, by definition, is that a patch up, or is that a full patch to ensure that the road is effectively going to last for the next couple of years? By definition, what is that pothole repair? Because there's quite a difference between an emergency, cover over and essentially a patch to ensure that you don't have ingress.
This is when you need Alan Wallace, isn't it? But the answer is both and. So it's not designed just to be an emergency repair, and the technology and the materials they use give it a longer life than that. And if it's just a standard pothole without significant deterioration in the subgrade, then we're probably okay with that. But if we've got more material issues, then that's logged, and that's when we would come back and do a more full repair. But it might not be in that 12-month period. It might be scheduled as part of a broader program in the following summer maintenance period, Councillor. So it's both and.
Okay, look, I'm not going to speak, Chair, but just to reiterate my support for the work that's taking place, but I think that both the councillors and the Marae Papakura Ward need to have as early a heads up and advice in relation to the network optimisation work on the Great South Road in particular, because it is very positive, but it will be a confronting conversation in relation to the parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rahihi Williamson.
Yeah, look, I guess I'm a little bit concerned about the report because I read it last night with a great deal of interest, and I'm sort of thinking, what's the biggest transport project that we've opened in the last quarter since you were here last? And I keep thinking to myself, that'll be the Reeves Road flyover. So it'll be in the report. Let me have a look at it because I want to see how it's going, see what the numbers are, see what the problems were. And it's not in the report at all. And it always worries me when that happens, because then I think about areas that I don't know much about. How did it come? I might have missed those because they weren't put in. Why did you not put something in your quarterly report to this committee about the biggest transport project you've done in the last quarter?
It was referenced in the quarterly report. You'll find it in the slides here, but we didn't put a whole lot of pictures up about it, but we acknowledged the opening of it. It's in the
But you haven't put anything about the troubles it's experiencing. I mean, Lotto Folly's only half right. If you're travelling from east to west, no one's got a problem. The traffic flows smoothly and it's brilliant. But if you're coming from west to east, it's a nightmare. There is nothing but troubles. There is people calling up the local MP's office, yelling and screaming and blaming the government and so on. I would have hoped that you would have said, we've got these problems, this is what we're doing to fix it, this is the time frame we've got. But not to mention it in a report to this committee really concerns me.
Yeah, maybe we could have. There's always a lot of network operating issues out there, and we don't mention them all, and I don't see that's really the intention of this, to cover all of those off. But Councillor, I know that you have been in the correspondence with the local MP and concerned individuals, particularly around that flow in the evenings. And just for clarity, everybody, yes, we do have a bit of an issue, homeward bound traffic. The team in the Eastern Busway Alliance are very focused on understanding what we might do there. It's essentially as you turn left out of Te Rākau into Pakuranga Highway on the homeward bound journey, it's congested. So we're revising or looking at options to revise the intersection design there to allow additional left turn lane and also provide for a cycleway as intended. And we're close to that. We'll probably have a design solution when about...
So there's a preliminary design at the moment, and there'll be a more permanent design early next year, and then works are programmed to commence to actually adjust that intersection in February.
Okay, well, all I just think is that if you've got a major project, it was a huge project, and it opened in October, so it's in the last quarter, that a report to this committee would actually show what's happened, is it working well, what are the problems with it, and what are we doing to fix those and by when. And when I didn't see any of that there, I thought, well, I don't know what else I miss in these reports, because if you don't know about them, you don't know about them.
No further comment.
No, that's right, and noting this isn't a quarterly update, so if you could, you probably do it in the next quarterly update. So, next up, Jo.
Thank you. Thank you, Stacey, for liaising with me overnight and this morning regarding the stabbings in me and Councillor Deputy Mayor's area. I wanted to know, are we at the stage where we need transit police, and what more can be done, because it's becoming too regular now that we have stabbings and killings on public transport?
Thank you. And we already have transit police. So we do have a team of transport officers. The problem is we have a limited pool of people, so we deploy them based on what the information is coming in order to be able to support the issues where they're arising. I mean, the predominant role is that of, customer safety and reassurance, but also in terms of revenue protection and supporting eradication of fare evasion. And so with the information that we get coming in, and we've substantially increased what those channels are in order to get more information and make it more intelligence-based to support the deployment, but we do have a limited pool. And so when we've got 13,500 bus services every single day, we're never going to get what I would call, the majority coverage in terms of that. But we are looking at other initiatives as well. So supporting bus operators to be able to deploy resources based on where their drivers are reporting they're seeing things. So giving them more tools to be able to support that. So whether that be through, contracted security or Māori wardens, supporting the operators with more tools on that. And as you're aware, we've rolled out driver screens. We have a safety plan that we've launched earlier this year that's targeting multiple areas. One of those big things, though, is how we engage with the community and get community groups to help us with these, what we call social complex community issues that we're seeing. They're not public transport issues, they're issues that come on board public transport, and how we can actually all work together to try and help that. It's a real challenge, yeah? Our Auckland today is substantially different to the one 5 years ago, and we all need to work together to try and improve that and keep people safe on public transport, because we want people to be able to travel with confidence. And I know you both will be getting absolutely bombarded by your communities today, rightfully. It's scary, it's worrying. I've definitely had lots of messages of concern from people, and it's how we work together, how we work with police, how we work with social services. What we see is, huge mental health and substance abuse issues out there that we need to try and work together on.
Okay, and are we satisfied that the safety protocols were carried out with the 2 stabbings? Because after the first stabbing, the bus carried on, and then another stabbing happened on the bus.
Yeah, and that's a really good question, and one we've asked ourselves, and we'll be looking more into. So the information that we have available, of course, noting that it's still very much a police investigation, is that the bus driver was unaware. Yeah, and so this happened as somebody was exiting a bus, and in the accounts that you can see in the media was this did not look like a sensational incident as such, and so because of that, the bus driver did not have the knowledge then. Yeah, the bus continued on the road. It picked up 2 young women, and they got off further up, and then this other gentleman was on board the bus as well. Yeah, and so it was only then that he saw a disturbance on board the bus that he realised that something was happening and pulled over and called emergency services and got everybody off the bus. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Greg.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Andy. I've just got a few questions around the ferry services, and then just one about the rates cap. Are they fare cap? Just with the ferries, so I've got just probably about 4 or 5 questions around it, just trying to understand a little bit better. And that's with the electric ferry. How long? Well, when you charge one up, how long does it run for? So, the reason why I'm asking that question is, if it doesn't run from one destination down to another, does it have to recharge each time it runs? How long does it last for? Does it last for the day or just for one run? Just what's its capacity in terms of the charge it has on its batteries?
Oh, okay. So we're talking about ferry charging rather than customer fare charging.
Yeah. No, I'll come back to that.
Oh, so,
Yeah.
questioning that. Yes, and so my understanding is that they will require what we call top-up charging in between services. Yeah. And so that's why obviously getting the downtown infrastructure is imperative in order to be able to have consistency of operations once they're in the water.
And so so when that happens, Stacey, how long does it take to charge it? How long does it take to charge it?
It's very quick. Yeah, but at the moment the battery capacity is for the shorter more inner harbour journeys rather than the outer. But yes, the charging takes, I think, 10 minutes. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Good. And in terms of the charge that goes into the ferry, so those they're not cheap to build those charging stations, are they? But what about the actual electricity that pumps into them? Like, I haven't got a feel for how expensive that is in terms of the amount of charge and power we need to put in on each charge. Do we know that yet, or have a feel?
That has been worked through and that would be a question really for our ferry team in terms of the operation costs, but there is the need for some greater capacity from Vector at downtown, and that forms part of the project is the additional capacity and line from Vector into the downtown charging. In terms of the costs, that's more in the operational side. We can provide some details around that, but I'm not sure of the ongoing I can't tell you today about the ongoing OPEX costs, but it has been factored into the whole of life costs in the business case for the ferry.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. So, I mean, over the lifetime of the ferry, it's cheaper overall. Yeah, but that's obviously dependent in terms of what those electricity costs do over time. Yeah, but the modelling does suggest that over the life of the ferry that it will be more cost effective. Yeah.
Will it be more cost effective than the diesels? Are we in a situation where we can compare that?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, obviously they have a much higher build cost, and obviously you've got this infrastructure enablement piece that you need to do up front in order to be able to operate the service, but that's a one-off cost, yeah, in terms of that. But overall, the OPEX, the operating cost of them over that duration is lower.
So see, that's nice to hear. But to be sure of that, would it be normal practice? We might not be here in 5 years, but to relook at that and would do that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, they will be monitored and recorded, and we'll be able to report on that and what that looks like, and therefore the base sort of operating model in which these decisions are made will be updated to reflect the actuals. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And the final one's just about the $50 a week cap. spoke very enthusiastically about it, but nothing's free. So in terms of the subsidies or that we have to make to, because I guess the question is how much are ratepayers having to kind of subsidise that to make ends meet? So obviously, yeah.
Yeah, firstly, we introduced that fare cap, obviously it was part of the MES proposal, but it was to give Aucklanders cost certainty, so they knew exactly how much their transport was going to cost, in terms of that. In terms of the actual, what the lost revenues that it looks like, I can give you an indication right now, in terms of the average revenue loss is about, between 30 and 40k a week. Oh no, sorry, about 60 all up. So it has doubled over the last year, which indicates more people are obviously reaching the cap. And that will obviously grow as more people hit that cap. Yeah.
What was that number, Casey? So that's 60, what is that? Was that 60,000, 60?
Yeah, it's about 3.5 million, I think, in terms of all up, an additional subsidy for that. But obviously, we've seen that, people that need to use public transport more often are very appreciative of obviously knowing exactly how much it's going to cost them to budget each week for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, Shane. Thanks, Chair. Got a couple of questions about public transport, obviously. Firstly, IKEA. So that's really great. That's great news, hearing that good result of people taking PT to IKEA. Did IKEA have a role in promoting public transport to their customers as an option, and what lessons have we learnt from this result?
Yeah, look, I think IKEA do have part of their brand strategy as being a supporter of sustainable mobility in terms of that. And so they're big advocates in terms of using public transport and have suggested that themselves. They're fair share customers as well. So they support their employees to get to work using the fair share product.
That's fantastic. Thank you. I'm just going to the presentation now, and I think it's slide 23 with the graph around PT operating costs. And I've asked this in a previous forum, but I think it's important to kind of put this to the record. We're seeing on that graph, if I'm not mistaken, rail disproportionately much higher OPEX cost pressures than ferries and buses. So I sort of previously speculated that might have been CRL, but apparently that's not quite the case. Could you explain to me why we're seeing a lot more train cost pressures in that space?
Yeah, absolutely. So this directly correlates to, you can see when CRL will obviously go up again, but this is the increase in access charges predominantly. Obviously, you've had increased costs with rapid inflation. That's always going to reflect. But on top of that, and I know we talked about this for those that were here at the time, in terms of substantial increase in track access. Now, on the balance of things, we probably weren't paying quite enough like 5 years ago. Right, in terms of that. Now it's obviously escalated considerably, so what we're obviously trying to do is make sure that that cost is intuitive going forward and we're not subjected to these huge cost increases that obviously impact viability of the services.
Thank you so much. I've got two more. Just in terms of the $50 weekly fare cap, I'm just really glad that we're holding that in place. That reflects a real cost saving for people. Could I request specific advice in the form of a memo or something like that in advance of the LTP for different weekly cap levels and the level of public subsidy that would be required? And further, can that be adjusted with an assumed level of behavioural change?
Yes.
Thank you. Last one, Community Connect. So can I ask you about take-up of the Community Connect scheme, and what are we doing to encourage users to take that up? And I suppose, are there automatic triggers at MSD's end with their clients on taking up Community Connect?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'm glad you asked it, because doing the annual fare review, they do look at how the products are being used and the concessions are being used. And Community Connect, only 16% of Community Connect, what I call cardholders eligible for the scheme, have actually taken it up. So, I mean, that suggests low participation, which is a worry in terms of that. So obviously we're in contact with MSD in terms of how we actually make sure that people know that they're eligible for this, but also in terms of marketing the scheme. And it'd be great if you could all take it back to your communities as well, to let them know that that is available to them if they're community service card holders.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. Desi.
Julie.
All right. Maybe. It's not the first time I've been mistaken for a blonde, though. So, I sent through a slide of an image, and it's good that that graph's still up there because it's sort of a redrawing of that graph. So, my question is around the fare increase. You've modelled or given an indication anyway, for the tertiary decrease, which I strongly support. Indeed, it was the first issue I got involved in local government on was actually student discounts when I was at the Student Association 20-something years ago. You've given us a sense of what the impact will be on patronage, that it will lift patronage, but you haven't given us that for the general increase. So is that something you don't model? Is it not available?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do the elasticities of demand.
Sorry, that's not, the sound from that mic doesn't seem to be working now. Could you try again?
Is it not working?
Yes, that's great. Thanks.
We do the elasticities modelling to understand what that would do. So, I mean, any fare increase obviously has an impact. And I can give you what that perceived impact looks like in terms of a dollar value, a percentage value.
That would be really helpful. I guess my query is also why it isn't in the report, given that we are given the one for tertiary. We're given the positive, this should increase patronage. I think we need to see the other side of it.
Yeah, no, it's very low. Actually, Neil's here. Neil, do you have that number handy?
No,
sorry.
No. Okay.
I will get it for you.
Great, thank you. And I guess the point of this graph is, recalibrating the information that you've given us in the previous graph based on percentages, because the previous graph looks at the total cost of operating, whereas this looks at it as inflation as a percentage. And I guess the argument that's being made is that we have to do these increases partly as catch up from COVID, but the operating cost inflation during the COVID period was actually very low or none. It seems to me from this graph, which is more apples with apples, that we have an issue here of ongoing increase in operating cost. And if we continue to look at increasing fares, what we need to increase is actually the income from fares through increasing patronage. So that's what I'd sort of put to you, I guess, is how are we, we know that increasing fares does depress patronage, even if it is a small amount. We know the counter is true, that when there are decreases in fares, and we've seen that a lot over the last 5 years through some of the government schemes as well. So it's also an efficiency issue of the operating cost per passenger comes down the more passengers you have. So what is AT doing to look at that? Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, absolutely. So, one of those other measures that we brought out last year was utilisation, so we can measure the productivity of our assets in terms of what we're doing for growth. Obviously, this year alone, we've added additional frequent services, and we have more enhancements coming next year and in 2027 that are predominantly focused in terms of some of those inequities that we see in the system out west, out south. So we have more improvements coming there. The team, whilst working with the universities, have also been working with conference providers. So when the new conference centre opens, that we have a pass, like a product, in order to be able to support conference organisers to give to attendees to be able to use public transport. We've been promoting our frequent routes, trying to get better, knowledge out there. Obviously, we've had rapid expansion in terms of that frequent network, much enabled by the Kata, which has really substantially helped that. And then in terms of some of the other things is the sign-up schemes. Recently, we had 7,000 sign up for that, the Give It a Go. So there's good interest out there. We have very few but targeted resources focusing on that growth and working with new products, etc. We recently, which I thought was really cool in terms of working with businesses, started putting PIDs in businesses in order to help their employees travel sustainably, and so they know what options are available to them. Our Fair Share scheme now has 73 organisations. That's shown to substantially lift public transport usage amongst their workforces. And so we're always looking about how we can improve and sort of grow, but obviously do so within the real constraints we do have. Yeah.
I think it would be really useful when you're telling us about a fare increase coming, acknowledging that, some of these processes are going to change, that you also provide some information about how you're going to address the depressing effect that a fare increase has through other means, such as some of the patronage stuff you've outlined, Stacey, because I think otherwise we only get part of the picture. Is it also fair to ask, just expanding on what you were discussing with Councillor Henderson before, that I think you mentioned that some of that increase in operating cost, the increase in operating cost is about some of those track access charges issues. Is that correct?
Yes, track access charges, but also remember we substantially increased bus driver wages through that time. We needed to, we all acknowledge that. And so there's been a lot of improvements done as well. Yeah, it's not all inflation. There is a lot of improvements to the network, and obviously we've been investing heavily in safety as well. But track access for rail is huge, right? It's tripled over the last decade.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of the bus driver wages, some of that there was some increased funding from central government for that. So how much is central government funding or decreases in funding, changes to funding, contributing to that operating cost inflation as well?
They continue to fund as per the funding agreement rate. Yeah, that has not changed in terms of that. It was more what we call some of those supplementary elements, such as when we had the discount child concessions, that have come off, right? So on one hand, that improves your fare box recovery, but on the other hand, obviously, it reduces ridership from an impacted, community.
Yeah, I'll stop my questioning there, Chair, but if I could just ask, I think it would be really useful for us at some point to have a discussion about the patronage fare increase situation and how we might progress with this strategically, because I think we tend to have these conversations in isolation, and I think there's a useful relationship there. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, and I know AT did some work on that when there was some interesting findings when we dropped the freebies and the patronage. So we'll go Chris and then Joe.
Thank you. I'm just reminding myself that we've only got one Chris now, because I always used to listen out for Chris Darby. My questions are relating to the special vehicle lanes, parking, curbside update. Could you just give me a little more information on what communication we've had with the public around the changes on the downtown car park?
Thank you, Councillor Dinkinton here. Specifically on the downtown car park itself, look, I'll break that answer down to a couple. First of all, it was well publicised, the sale. And so there's been this general knowledge through the media that the downtown car park has been sold, and maybe varying degrees of understanding of what that means in terms of the road network, the flyover coming down, etc. In terms of the changes, the more physical changes that need to occur as a result of the sale, and the changes to bus routes, some of the physical works in that area, the flyover coming down, the design and the consultation, the consenting work is being done the first half of next year, and that's when I expect more detailed communication to be occurring around project-related impacts and network-related impacts. So at the project level, we haven't started yet, but as a general topic, I would have thought those that need to be aware or wish to be aware would be well aware of what's going on in the downtown car park area.
Can you give us a little more information about the flyover and the removal. And again, I mean, it's not so much communication, but I would like to better understand what detail exists around that. You've acted under delegation, presumably, on that, and I'm not aware of the detail, so it would be useful to have that information.
There was a really helpful memo put to this committee in December of 24, as I recall, or November. It was late 24, that was put together by Megan Tyler on behalf of Auckland Council and Auckland Transport as a reminder of where we're at, the commitments we'd made, the things that were coming up, network changes, etc., etc. So what maybe is useful, we can get that to you, Councillor, and any others that wish a copy of that, because I'm mindful there's a number of new councillors here. So we'll get that to you, and it sets out, I think, hopefully much of what you're curious about. If there's questions arising from that, more than happy to take them.
There's a workshop coming in the new year as well in regards to this issue. So
yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. Yes, so we are mindful that this is of great interest, it's high impact, and rather than giving it a cursory discussion or a more cursory discussion here, there's a workshop proposed in the new year which will allow for greater in-depth questioning.
I'd suggest that you recirculate your December memo. There will be some that will need that information. And I remember even prior to the election, the mayor was saying, oh, it wasn't a done deal in terms of the flyover being removed. So I'm just slightly in a quandary to understand how it's happened, who's been responsible, and how it's going to be executed. And to have that information would be useful for me prior to Christmas.
So
the second thing
sorry, we can
that
provide
I'm in,
that, and we've only been under delegation.
I'm sorry, I'm coughing and spluttering here a little bit, so just missed what you said.
We can provide all of that, and we've only been acting in line with delegations received from Auckland Council. So nothing's happened that hasn't been approved.
Thank you. My second question is more generally around the mandate that you have, which was from a decision from 2022 from memory. Have you brought that back or considered bringing that back in terms of updates, just in terms of changes that there might have been from a governance perspective?
Sorry, in relation to what? I missed the first part.
Sorry, that it's largely in relation to the parking and curbside, and route optimization. My understanding is that you're still working from the 2022 delegations. Is that right?
Yes, Councillor. So it was 2022 when this body endorsed the principles that underpin the Room to Move strategy. And since that time, we've just been rolling out that program, the parking curbside program, in accordance with that. If there's a desire by council to look at that strategy, that strategic direction, again, we're happy for that to happen. It would be a call for this body to do as part of council's group strategic framework process.
Absolutely, that's good. I just wanted that clarity around it because it's 2 elections ago, and just wanting to ensure that it still continues to be fit for purpose. But that's a decision. What you're saying is that is a decision for this committee.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe.
Oh, thank you. I didn't feel right asking these questions when I asked my questions about the stabbings because, it's pretty tragic. But in regards to IKEA, thank you. Thank you, ATOC. Thank you for the communication and the responsiveness, especially Harriet Lang, because I was getting bombarded with complaints, queries from residents, Sylvia Park, Panama, Riverside, Mount Wellington, and I was able to respond to all their worries and queries with the communication I was getting back from ATOC. So thank you. In regards to special vehicle lanes, I wanted to ask, is there anything AT can do to help socialise these? Because that is going to be, we're going to be doing more of it. And, you know, the Mount Smart example isn't a good one of how we want to go forward because the local board said no based on community objections. AT went ahead. And when you look at it, it's, you know, it's warranted because all you're doing is just allowing cars to park on a main road that could be used to funnel traffic through. But the messaging, you know, it just didn't quite get through, I think, in order for people to get behind and support it. So, and we're going to do more of this. So can we do more to socialise it?
Thank you for your question. Certainly, we always look to improve how much information and how we can engage with communities. Mount Smart, the local board, were concerned about the hours of operation, loss of parking, and the feedback that we undertook as part of consultation. So we do have a consultation and engagement process for each of these proposed projects, and we take that feedback through to the local board. And in this case, we also sought some direction as well from council, because this will be on an arterial road, and as you quite rightly say, it's going to have impacts in terms of how we can operate and enable more movement through the corridor. But we take on board your comment. We will look for opportunities to highlight why we do the programme, what benefits we'll be bringing on a wider audience, as well as local communities and residents.
Thank you. And then dynamic lanes was my other one. Is there a best model of dynamic lanes? Because we're going to do more of that too. And I hope it's not going to be like the Pimnua-Pakuranga dynamic laning, because that is so dangerous. No matter what improvements you try and do there, it is so dangerous. I hear Readout Road is better, but we don't have Readout Road in Pimnua-Pakuranga. We just risk our lives trying to get over that bridge.
Through Chair. Dynamic lanes is actually a very new concept. It's quite innovative, and Auckland Transport and Auckland itself is at the forefront of that process. So Whangaproa and Readout Road have been developed through the optimisation programme. They are a little bit different to Pamure, in the sense Pamure has been around for quite a while, but not had the same level of investment in terms of the methodology, the in-ground LEDs and the information. So we're learning every time we do this. We work with NZTA because most of these have to have a national approval because they are new into the system. In terms of what we're looking at in terms of dynamic lanes, there are very special conditions that you can have for a dynamic lane or for something that's dynamic. Mayora is another example. We're using a dynamic bus lane, and that's as a trial, so we can feed back into national guidance for future projects.
Thanks, Joe. Desley, got it this time.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I've woken up then. You mentioned the GI to Tamaki Stage 4. Could you just remind me when that's Shed Path, when that's due to open?
Do you know when it's opening, Jane?
2026. Like the CRL, right?
Early 26.
Early 20. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely, lovely. Which is unlike the CRL. My next question is, am I true that the modelling, the east-west modelling, is being delayed again?
Sorry, which modelling?
East-west.
East-west
Yeah,
in the city centre?
Yeah.
No?
Not that I'm aware of. We are
Good.
completing that modelling, and we are as I understand, there is information in a workshop being held early next year to provide that information.
So we've updated the model, we've got information, we're ready to go, and we're just waiting the workshop.
That's one of the Mayor's election promises, so just giving a bit of a heads up about that. Going back to the downtown car park, if Precinct are taking over from you next week, will they also use the existing systems like the AT Park app, or will they be using something of their own?
They'll be using something of their own. However, they will have all of our technology embedded within the system. So we're not taking out the boom gates and things. They'll have all of that, and they'll be leasing that for the period for which they continue to operate as a car park, and then we get it back. But it will not be bookable via the AT Park app. It will be via whoever they choose to operate the car park, whatever private company they choose to operate it with, and so people will need to book a space or pay for a space via that mechanism.
I just request that you maybe talk to Precinct and get some comms around that. It's right on the Christmas period, right? People will be used to using it. And another update, if you can, just tell me how long they think the car park may be open for, because again, I'm just conscious of the Christmas, January shopping season. And if people don't have it, more importantly, they need to use alternate, and also just to remind them that they're not using our technology.
Alfred?
Tēnā koe he mana. Slide 26 of 28, and that's maru tiri tiri ana, your Māori outcomes. There is a bullet point there of the delivered marae car park and safety upgrades at marae. Who would be the best contact that I can talk to around possibility safety with other marae, and in particular those in Manuka Wood?
Yeah, I think at this stage maybe Jane, if Alf connects with you, and then you can take it back into the various parts of the team. Is that okay? Yeah. So Jane Small.
Cool, you are my best friend. And no, that's it, Chair. I've got the contact, and I'll indicate that I just wish to speak as well for 30 seconds.
New best friend, Jane. I feel hurt. Mike.
Mr. Kimpton, you'd be aware of Plan Change 120 and the strategic purpose of intensification in the inner city, encouraging more people to live in the inner city and so on. Could we please have the justification or report, business case or financial report, cost requirements for the 60% increase in residential car parking, which have been landed on Aucklanders who are already being squeezed in the cost of living crisis that we're just trying to recover from?
Councillor, yes, we can provide all of that information behind the process. What we did was we delved into all of the costs the business incurs in accordance with the Auditor General's report around what constitutes reasonable costs, so that the cost is updated to reflect the costs incurred by the business and it is not spread amongst general rates. But we will provide all of that.
Well, it'd be good to see that, but in terms, on the face of it, 60% increase placed on Aucklanders living in the inner city, the inner part of Auckland, is pretty unacceptable given inflation's of just over 2%. It's pretty harsh, really, is it not?
I think I absolutely agree that it is, it's a lift and it's a bit of a surprise. The problem is we've kept it steady for 12 years, and really it should have been increasing every year, every couple of years. And so it hasn't been...
Why should it be increasing? You must be able to justify that. You just can't... Any other business that puts 60%, or public service organisation, because it's not a business, it's funded by ratepayers, it's not self-sustainable, but any sort of, any business or agency putting that sort of increase on people, it's pretty unusual, isn't it not?
Well, so what I would say is it should have been increasing by a few percent every year, and it wasn't. And so as a result, this year it is a one-off larger increase than it would have been. And what's been happening, because we haven't been increasing it for the last 12 years, is instead of the cost to provide those permits being spread amongst those users, it's been spread amongst the general rates of everyone, which is contrary to the intention of the bylaws which underpin having residential parking permits, which is that the cost reflects the cost to produce the permit. So we're making up for lost time, in essence, to bring it back to a cost so that there is no cost to general rates and general ratepayers. It is the cost borne by the users themselves. And going forward, there's not going to be 60% increases. There will be cost increases in the future that reflect any changes to general operating costs. And I appreciate it is a bit of a change, but this is to reflect the statement of intent requirement we have to ease burden on ratepayers and align with the requirement to have users contribute to the cost of providing the services that we provide them.
Yeah, I come back to the original point, which is the council's strategy of encouraging people to live in the city centre, and you come out with this swinging charge on top of the 50 cents per hour on car parking in the inner city, 24-hour car parking charge, etc., etc. Public transport increases. You're talking about separate, not impacting on rates. Ratepayers, the same people you are swiping with this increase, are actually pay most of their rates to AT. So it does suggest a problem with the culture inside AT to do this and then justify it. And it's not surprising that the government finds it politically popular to make such radical changes to AT, but I doubt if they can change the culture, frankly.
Okay. Julie.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sorry, something Mike said just reminded me of something else in that fare increase space, which is the connection with other charges for other modes, in particular around parking. Obviously, the question there was around the residential parking scheme, and that's a factor, but probably more acutely would be the parking charges that we charge in our parking buildings. So is there any consideration when we're doing that fare increase piece around the interaction there with whether we've got people who will choose to drive instead because they find that paying for their parking is cheaper? Is there any work done in that space? I think that's important to have as part of that strategic discussion too. So is there any thinking that happens there? Thanks.
Yes, Councillor, and we're working on that at the moment and looking at the parking fees and trying to implement those at a similar time so that it's all aligned.
Great, I think that would be really helpful because it's the first question people ask me is, why is my bus fare going up but parking isn't? Thanks.
Okay, no more questions. Thanks very much, team. Good to have you back. And thank you for a good report. So, Alf, you're going to move, second it? Yes, Greg, thanks. Good work. All those in favour say aye. And against? Oh, sorry. I've got to have ahead of myself. Any comments? Oh, do you want to speak?
And 30 seconds, very quickly. I just wanted to acknowledge that recognition slide from Auckland Transport, because it's not very often that our CCOs put all the stuff that they have done on here, and I want to acknowledge that, in particular with Maru Tiritiriana, which is the Māori outcomes. And the reason I say that, I think I've got about 15 seconds left, is that on Friday I attended the rededication of Te Puia Memorial Marae and Te Kuini Ngā Waihono i Te Pō, attended with other MPs, and our Māori Outcomes unit at Ngā Matarai put in minimum $1.5 million. So, look, I just wanted to acknowledge and transport. Dean, to you and your team, I know that they ended up putting in work and in regards to that rebuild. So just want to mihi to you. Ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thanks, Alf. Shane?
Yeah, just really quickly, just remembered to say this, just acknowledging the students and the student unions that are representing the student tertiary body that have been raising awareness of the cost of fares over the past year or more. and the huge impacts it has on people studying, to a point of students saying, look, they are skipping classes because they can't afford to pay for their fares. So we're moving on that, and I think that's a fantastic result that we should be celebrating as a city. Great thing to do for young people here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you. I just wanted to also say that the residents that are usually affected in the Albany area with the Albany parking and curbside proposal that you guys have done, they're super, super excited, super stoked. So thank you so much. It's been a long time coming. I also wanted to show appreciation to two bus drivers I actually follow on TikTok. Jonah, that bus guy, and Let Him Drive. They are actually doing a fantastic job in also promoting that bus drivers are people too, and also the fun side of being a bus driver. So thank you so much.
TikTok, eh? Did they bring it in as facsimile? No? Okay, well, it's been moved and seconded, and it's been, we're all happy with it, so we won't go and do that again, but thank you, and I'm just out of kilter, it's amateur hour. So last item on the agenda is the summary of information memoranda. Thank you, Desley. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Victoria. Is there any discussion? None. Excellent. Put it, those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried, and that closes the meeting. Thanks, everyone. Well done. 2 o'clock. Outstanding work. Enjoy, I don't know, the month or so without a TID meeting.
Thanks, Chair.